take a break. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders, government bills. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
There are 10 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report of stage of Bill C-8. Motions numbered 1 to 10 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available on the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions numéro 1.
Will now submit motions 1 through 10 to the House.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Monsieur Fast, appuyé par
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 4.
Monsieur Albus.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 5.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 9.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 45. Debate. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Friday. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe few would dispute that we live in highly unusual times. Indeed, we are chartering a path through a pandemic without a playbook. Now, this is not the fault of this government. Every government is in the same situation. And as we all know, different governments have proposed different ways of moving forward. We must recognize that we, and I say we have to large part unanimously agreed on most fiscal measures to this point. Canadians sent a minority parliament to Ottawa, and aside from the Prime Minister's shameless attempt to stage a power grab, calling an expensive and unnecessary election, here we are again in this minority parliament. Now, what I believe we must recognize that rightly or wrongly, our fiscal cupboards were literally spent dry responding to this pandemic. Now, I'm not here today again, Mr. Speaker, to debate the past. I'm simply pointing out the obvious. A significant portion of Canada's fiscal capacity has been spent, and it is gone, and we must recognize that. Why? Well, because in the event we run into any type of future emergency situation, we will have less fiscal room to respond. Now, again, Mr. Speaker, I don't raise that to point fingers of blame. I raise that we must recognize that going forward, we must be very careful how we proceed fiscally. Now, let me give an example of that, Mr. Speaker. If anything during this pandemic we've learned, our healthcare system was ill-equipped to deal with stresses and demands placed on it. More so than we see fully vaccinated Canadians who find themselves in our hospitals and ICU. And how every premier of every political stripe is clear that current Canada healthcare transfers is not enough to meet the needs of Canadians now or going forward. So here's something I'd like to share with every member of this place. The Canadian healthcare transfer stands at over $45 billion a year. In this current fiscal update bill, that spending is forecast to increase to over $55 billion in fiscal 26-27. In other words, an increase over $10 billion in that time frame. Now, I'm hopeful that my friends in the fourth party hear that clearly, as they have a bad habit of referring to increases in healthcare spending as cuts. Now, getting back to this increase in healthcare spending, $10 billion in this increase in healthcare spending, $10 billion is increased on healthcare transfer spending between now and fiscal 2026-2027. And here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Today, the interest we are paying on servicing our debt is just over $20 billion. And over the same time, it too will increase. The same budget bill forecasts these debt servicing costs will increase to almost $41 billion by fiscal 26-27. Now, I can already hear members of the government say, but debt to GDP ratio, they'll say. A AAA credit rating, they will say. But now there is another thing. Now, this is the thing, Mr. Speaker. Between now and fiscal 2026-27, we know two things. The healthcare transfer will increase by $10 billion, but servicing our debt will increase by over $20 billion. $10 billion on health, $20 billion on debt. Now, to be clear, our interest costs servicing on our debt climbing twice the rate as our increases in the Canada Health Transfer are. Does anyone not see that being as a serious problem? And Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Office put out a report recently that actually said that the numbers that the government has put out in its last fall fiscal update is actually underestimating our debt servicing costs in 2026-2027 by $6 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, when this government talks about all the things it wants to do on the economy, when it talks about all the action it wants to take, we really have to understand that we are setting ourselves up into a situation where we will not have the fiscal room to respond in cases of further external or internal events. And external events, we have nowhere further to look than with the situation that's happening in Ukraine, where now, and we heard from the Governor of the Bank of Canada last night, that we see that now the talk about inflation being transitory is now washed away. We are now seeing where Canadians are being told by economists they face a perfect storm of higher gas prices, a perfect storm with rising interest rates and the costs that go along that, a rising food prices. Mr. Speaker, the Dalhousie report that came out earlier this year said the average family will be paying over $1,000 more in just grocery costs alone. And that's not even factoring in the hit to their income with Canada Pension Plan increases that this government has put forward. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not have the fiscal capacity, in my mind, to be able to say to Canadians that we can handle external events. Why? Is because this government has baked in extra spending into it and is, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is not giving proper projections of that, and it's probably going to be higher. So, Mr. Speaker, government needs to be better than this. Our citizens are worried about and anxious about their financial future. And, Mr. Speaker, this government continues to kind of walk around the issues that we have. Now, my particular area of focus right now, both on the Finance Committee and here in the House, I've been given by our Leader of the Official Opposition. I've been given the task of focusing on housing inflation. And, Mr. Speaker, here's what I have to simply say on that matter. Mr. Speaker, 43% increase in home prices. Right now, the average Canadian home price is $811,000 and rapidly rising. We are seeing where the amount of purchasing of homes, low supply, coupled with many of the things that are causing those fundamentals to go up and up, are pushing away the dreams of home ownership. And, Mr. Speaker, the government continues to put forward policies, inadequate policies in my view, that simply, again, walk around the issues. Now, the great MP from Simcoe North put forward a very reasonable amendment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you're going to probably be a little shocked here. We actually were trying to help the government by putting forward that amendment. Why were we trying to put that amendment? Was because it was around banning foreign ownership of residential properties. Now, in it was for 2 years, so we could take a look. This government says that it wants to look at data. Well, We could give it a 2-year ban, and essentially, Mr. Speaker, we would then be able to see if it pushed down the demand of the market, if it allowed more Canadian young families to have that first shot at home ownership by pulling out, for a temporary amount of time, foreign bids. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government voted against the amendment. We were only trying to help this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who, by the way, in multiple elections has said that he wants to address skyrocketing housing prices. Again, a gobsmacking 43% in 2 years, since 2019, I should say, Mr. Speaker, and they vote against it. So that's the main problem with this government, Mr. Speaker. They've underestimated how much money they've spent, and we will see much of that money, that $6 billion gap that the Parliamentary Budget Office has identified in our fiscal track. And so we're going to have less firepower from that. We also have, at the same time, the perfect storm, where economists have told us, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are going to be subject to gas prices which they've never seen. Mr. Speaker, I actually was born in Victoria, and I saw yesterday reporters pointing out that gas, and again, the cheapest form of gas, was at $1.94 on the island. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen that, and in April, we will see the carbon tax go up to $50 a ton, the backstop as well, and we will see where gas becomes increasingly unaffordable. Mr. Speaker, I've put forward with my able colleague, our industry critic, some very reasoned amendments to help improve the legislation that has been brought forward. But really, Mr. Speaker, we can no longer simply just let this government talk around the issues. It needs to start putting forward real policies like banning foreign owners from purchasing Canadian properties to give those Canadians that first chance of home ownership, Mr. Speaker. But this government continues to bring forward legislation that is not up to the task. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is rapidly diminishing, but let me say again, it's always an honor to rise in this place. And again, I would just implore the government, for my own riding, Mr. Speaker, that those flooding victims in both Merritt, Princeton, and other rural areas of British Columbia are counting on this government, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, they are told to wait as well. And this is the problem I have with this, Mr. Government. They're not addressing these important needs that Canadians have right now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for putting forth some very reasonable amendments to the bill and for his advocacy on the housing file. However, I'd like him to expand a little bit more about the excessive spending and where we're going when the cost of this borrowing goes up. In particular, his comment about the over $20 billion a year that we're currently spending just to service the national debt. And considering that's really more money than we're putting in national defense, how volatile the world is right now, we're seeing what's going on with Russia and their invasion into the Ukraine. I'd like him to comment on that because I believe we need to make a serious investment into the national defense in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
And that's an excellent question from my colleague, Mr. Speaker, because as I said earlier in the speech, we're seeing that other important spending that Canadians count on, like healthcare, all right, that is set to go up at a certain rate, but our debt servicing will be far in demand. And in fact, the debt servicing rate will be far over what we spend in the fiscal year 2026, 2027 than what we spend on military. Yesterday, we had the Minister of National Defense try to assure this House that our Arctic sovereignty is not at risk. But if you look at where other countries have been putting their resources, Mr. Speaker, right? Russia has been investing heavily in nuclear ships, Mr. Speaker, so that they can push their sovereignty claims further into the Arctic. We need to ask ourselves, are we prepared to do the same? With the way that this government has spent, I would say, Mr. Speaker, we are not.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague from the Finance Committee on his speech. At the Bloc Québécois, there's one thing that particularly bothers us about C8, and that is the 1% tax on underused housing that is owned by non-citizen or non-residents of Canada. Now, we could debate whether this is a good policy or not in the context of the current housing shortage, but this sets a precedent for the first time in history. The federal government here would interfere with property tax, which used to be something that was handled only by the municipalities and provinces. So I'd like to get my colleagues' comments on this subject, particularly on the subject of respecting provincial jurisdiction. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicholas.
And I certainly want to appreciate the intervention by the member and his work that he does on behalf of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, in our Constitution, it's very clear that the federal government, rightly or wrongly, has the ability to tax into even areas like property taxes. It has the most taxing powers that provinces and municipalities do not share. It has a very wide range of tools. But you typically does not have an established line of view into that area. And so this is the problem we have, Mr. Speaker, is again, they introduce all these new things, whether or not the 1% would be effective or not, whether or not they're violating traditionally what is considered a provincial area because municipalities and property taxes are provincial. I just again would say they're walking around the issue, not addressing it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague was talking about his concerns with the federal government's fiscal capacity. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know who does not have concerns about fiscal capacity? It's the companies that made off like bandits with profiteering during a pandemic, who collected benefits from the federal government while paying out stockholder dividends and so on. I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, you know, in an effort to invest in people and in workers and making our communities all that they can be, why do the Conservatives neglect the fiscal capacity of the very richest and wealthiest corporations in this country, and they never put measures in place to actually tackle that gross inequality, which is expanding and has accelerated over the last 2 years?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicholas.
So my friend from the island will probably recognize that, first of all, we've been very critical of the government for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy for allowing profitable companies to be able to access that while at the same time increasing dividends to shareholders or allowing for those bonuses to executives. Unlike when Minister Jim Flaherty had made some concessions on pensions to Air Canada, he put tight controls to make sure that executives couldn't profit from that. So we're on the record as opposing those kinds of payments. But Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the member this. We're not in government. If he has an issue, he should be pointing the finger across the way and not at the Conservatives, because this program was designed by this government, and what he probably would, they would describe as a bug, it's actually a feature, Mr. Chair.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're at the report stage now for C8. The Act to implement certain provisions of the economic update. At the bloc, we agree with most of what's in this bill. However, we do have one thing that troubles us, that is the federal government's interference with property taxes. It's a first in that area. There is an issue with housing and shortages. So we want to incentivize foreign residents who are not permanent residents to pay more if they do have a residence in Canada that is vacant. This measure can marginally help to resorb the housing crisis, but we're not against that aspect or principle of the legislation, but it's the way it's done that we disagree with, the manner. And what we see here is a dangerous precedent. It kind of looks like what we saw historically with the Federation. For the first time in Ottawa is occupying a new tax domain. The last one it wasn't occupying, I'm talking about property taxes. The section in C8 that taxes non-residents is a 1% tax on underused residential property. It's a good idea in theory, but is it up to Ottawa to do this? Also, it did so in a cavalier fashion without consulting the municipalities or provinces, and that's worrisome. For us, this is obviously a serious issue, particularly when we're talking about the fiscal capacity of every level of government. Property taxes are primarily reserved for municipalities and for other provincial areas such as school boards. We know that there are limited sources of revenue, and Ottawa is now stepping in to take a portion of this property tax. And as I was saying, this creates a precedent that is unfair. Moreover, this new tax was implemented without discussing things with the organizations and the organizations that do take care of property taxes. That's a serious issue. Of course, we're talking about several $100 million a year. This amount won't make our fiscal imbalance skyrocket, but it's what's at stake here. To seek this new tax, Ottawa and its departments and the CRA will develop a new mechanism to be able to take these taxes, and it will be able to use property taxes in the future as part of its revenue. And in the history of tax in Canada, we find this concerning. Why? Let's look back a bit. During the First World War, there was an exceptional circumstance and a war effort that was implemented, and Ottawa decided to take corporate income tax. What happened after? It was supposed to be temporary, but Ottawa continued to collect corporate tax, even though they said it would only be temporary to fund the First World War. The same thing happened once again during the Second World War. There was a new tax on individuals in Quebec. Quebecers wanted their money back, and in terms of property tax during the Second World War, Ottawa said we have to fund the war measures, and these are exceptional circumstances. So there's an temporary exceptional tax on individuals that Ottawa is still taking today. And that is Ottawa's way of doing things. They start taxing something and they don't stop, even if the temporary circumstances are extraordinary in the beginning and they could justify this tax. And they always occupy all the types of areas, the alpha and the omega. But property taxes are usually taken by school boards, provinces, municipalities. And this is our area of expertise. We have limited resources. So we really have to be careful to delve into that area of taxation federally. Why? Because municipalities don't have enough resources to offer all the services that are under their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, you know, every year roughly, the PBO publishes a report on the financial viability, and it's always with the same conclusion. During the pandemic, with exceptional expenses, Ottawa in the coming decades will have a surplus in its budget, but provinces will be heavily indebted if there are no major changes implemented. All provinces now are asking the federal government to increase its health funding up to 35% to achieve a better balance. That's what the conference board in its study has said as well. We need a rebalancing, a better balance, and the PBO has reminded us of this every year in his report. And what has he said in Ottawa? For the services that are being provided, there's too much tax, so we have to increase health transfers to the provinces. No, but the government's not doing this. They're putting their hand on the last fiscal area that it is currently not involved in, property tax, and it doesn't make sense. That's what, sorry, I'm using the wrong term here, but the constitutional expert, the Patrick Taillon appeared before the Finance Committee and said, however, just because it's a good idea, talking about property tax, doesn't mean it's an excuse to ignore our constitutional principles. From the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to the division of powers, the spirit and the letter of the Constitution must be respected. But without prior consultation and agreement with the provinces, in short, without a number of legal precautions, this good idea is a risk. Clearly, the real character of this legislation relates to the regulation of housing law, and there is no doubt that housing is an exclusive provincial jurisdiction in the private law of property and civil law, and more generally in social policy and local affairs. What this constitutional lawyer has said to us is that this tax is because it's trying to delve into housing law, seems to be an unconstitutional law. And the courts, unfortunately, will have to decide whether this is the case or not, and it will be pragmatic and intelligent to look at things upstream rather than facing legal challenges down the road. And when the act will be overturned, then all the federal government's infrastructure with respect to property tax will be up in the air, and there will be damage and useless spending, and it will make the municipalities more fragile. And if ever the courts do not find this act unconstitutional, it will still set a dangerous precedent, because there will be no cooperative federalism in this tax. So it would be unjust, and it is a serious issue. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, at the Finance Committee, the Bloc suggested a very simple amendment, just to say, okay, the federal government will move forward with this tax. We're asking it to receive the approval of provinces to impose this tax. They need to consult the municipalities. And then, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to turn to you today, because with respect to the clerks, you deemed our amendment to not be eligible. It did not broaden the scope of the legislation or denature it. It was just having our Constitution respected. I'm very disappointed with your decision, which even made this historical precedent even worse with respect to provinces and municipalities. So I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, in spite of what I've just said. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the colleague for his fine speech. There are measures in this legislation for health and COVID testing, and every day I hear the Bloc defending health in Quebec. So what does the member think about these measures? Will he support them? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. Obviously, in C8, there is funding for COVID tests. They'll be funded by the federal government, and the money will be sent to the provinces. We want to be able to follow up on this and have transparency, but obviously we agree with this necessary expense. But it reminds us that Ottawa is not doing enough for health care. And this has been since the Liberal government came to power in the 90s. They decided to solve its deficit issue by cutting healthcare transfers to the provinces. And since then, Ottawa has been receiving too much funding for the services it's offering, and we don't want this. We want money now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech, and I'm sure he will agree with me that a lot of water has passed under the bridge since the fall economic update was presented to the House back in mid-December, both here in Canada and all around the world. I know he and his party have been very active on the issue of climate change, And going forward, I'd just like to hear his thoughts on what kind of fiscal capacity he'd like to see the federal government direct towards climate change because of the economic costs that will be incurred if we do nothing or too little. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, these days I feel like we're going from one crisis to another. There was the Emergencies Act that was imposed here because of the siege on our city, and then now we're facing an unimaginable war in 2022, a barbaric war with apparent crimes against humanity. And now there's an environmental crisis, of course. Yesterday, the governor of the Bank of Canada reminded us at committee that we're underestimating the economic impact of the climate emergency. We have to take action right now. It's urgent. Obviously, in Quebec, we have used the carbon tax model. We think that this model could have worked very well elsewhere, and we're disappointed to see that not all U.S. states and Canadian provinces have used the same system. We have to do more, and at the Bloc, we're proposing an ambitious green financing project that will allow us to support green, carbon-neutral infrastructure rather than polluting projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about this new interference of the federal government in provincial jurisdiction, but more than creating a precedent, it seems that we're changing the way the tax itself is designed and received. The tax level won't really have a big impact on the housing shortage. Can the federal government use other methods, such as the one asked by Quebec, to solve the housing crisis? I'd like to know what my colleague is proposing. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my esteemed and brilliant colleague from Mirabel for his question. The housing shortage affects everyone in Quebec and across Canada. It's a major issue, and we need a group of measures to solve it. Yes, property tax of 1% for non-residents for underutilized housing is symbolic. It's not really it won't really have a big impact. And there's not enough cooperation with provinces. The problem is that there isn't enough housing. We need social housing. Ottawa removed itself from social housing in the 90s, and we've seen the impact of this. We've had decades and decades of underfunding in this area, and this is what it gives. Thank you.
Continue.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Langford, Malahat. We'll do that again. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate to be able to rise today and contribute to the House's debate of the Liberal government's Bill C-8, which has been faithfully reported back to the House by the Standing Committee on Finance. The committee did consider one amendment to that, and of course today we're dealing with the report stage amendments brought forward by my Conservative colleagues. I very much appreciate the work that committee members did in examining this bill, and especially want to thank my colleague, the member for Elmwood-Transcona, who of course is my caucus's finance critic and has been shouldering a lot of work at that committee. Of course, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-8 is an act that is going to try and implement the certain provisions that were presented to the House in the fall economic statement. And I think it would be a gross understatement to say that the country and indeed much of the world have changed since mid-December. And it seems, I know from feedback from people in my riding and people that I work with here in this chamber, the pace of change over the last 2 months has really left our heads spinning. And we seem as a country to be lurching from crisis to crisis these days, and it's not giving people much of a breather to accept their changed reality. And I am hearing a lot of accounts of the mental health stress this has put on people. I mean, it was back in mid-December, Mr. Speaker, we were just as a House beginning to get a glimpse of how bad the Omicron wave really was going to be. I mean, I remember the news reports in early December that there was some hope that the variant that first emerged in South Africa and was detected there, did not seem to have as much lethality to it. But of course, that was blown out of the water by the concerns of how fast and how rapidly it spread. And so that even if a smaller percentage of people ended up going to the hospital, that small percentage, when you had the variant passing through our population so rapidly, did give rise to very considerable fears that our hospital system would be overwhelmed. And of course, we have had a change in leadership with one of our political parties in this House, and we had the protests descend on Ottawa and in many cities across Canada, which turned into an illegal occupation, blockades at our border, further putting strains on our relationship with the United States. And then, of course, just a few short days after that was ended, Mr. Speaker, we now have a fully modern and raging conflict raging in Ukraine, where unprovoked Russian aggression is now putting the lives of 40 million Ukrainians at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, here we are. The world has changed quite a bit, and I do want to acknowledge the frustrating time that is for so many people, especially in Couch and Malahat Langford. They are, like many Canadians, dealing with the inflationary pressures. They see the results in the price of food at the grocery store, the cost every time they fill up their vehicles. And what they've also witnessed, though, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years is the fact that so many of the wealthy in Canada, and indeed many of our most profitable corporations, they have seen their profits soar during this time. And many of those companies actually took pandemic benefits and were guilty of paying out dividends to their shareholders. So when you see people, the hardworking families in my riding with Couch and Malahat Langford, they're working, it seems, sometimes twice as hard as their parents, but for less money. And these pressures are putting families through to the breaking point. And that's why I've always been proud of a party that stands for trying to ease that inequality in Canada, making sure the very rich in our country do pay their fair share. Because if they don't, Mr. Speaker, that ends up the burden falls on working families. In my riding now, in the space of 1 year, depending on what part of the riding you're in, you saw housing prices increase from anywhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40%. That's in 1 year, Mr. Speaker. And with those stratospheric record levels of housing costs, of course, many people were trying to sell their homes during that time to take advantage of the high prices. But all of that selling in the Cowichan Valley also put a huge crisis on rental availability. Because, of course, when people are putting their house up for sale, usually the tenants are evicted because it's not really known if the new owner wants to inherit tenants or not. We have also, Mr. Speaker, the worst record in the G7 of combating climate change. In my province of British Columbia, we saw a record heat wave in June. We saw wildfires consume so many communities right across the province. And then just a few short months later, catastrophic floods that effectively cut off the Port of Vancouver, our busiest port, from the rest of the country. And so a smart government would be looking at the evidence that these climate change natural disasters are going to keep piling up if we don't address them. A smart government would look at the economic toll that is going to place on our future ability to raise revenue. And, you know, for my Conservative colleagues who like to proclaim themselves as fiscally responsible, if they ignore what damage this is going to do to future tax revenues, at our ability to help communities from coastal inundation, protect them from wildfire danger, standing up for our hardworking men and women in agriculture who seem to be dealing with flooding and droughts at a much more precipitous pace. And I know from my time at the Standing Committee on Agriculture, proud member for 4 years now, all farmers will tell you that they are on the front lines of climate change. And they need to have some recognition of the good work that they are doing, but also they need a partner in Ottawa that's going to help them take advantage and thrive through these very uncertain times. So it's all about choices, Mr. Speaker. With Bill C-8, you know, I think it's a sense of regret. For me being here, it's a sense of regret of what could have been and what should have been. But that being said, you know, if through this measure we are going to propose things like allowing small businesses to acquire equipment that's going to improve the quality of their indoor air, I think that is a solid investment. And just because we are starting to see some very hopeful signs about us getting out of this latest variant from COVID-19, it doesn't mean to say that there won't be future airborne illnesses that would make indoor air quality much better if we were to make these targeted investments. I also like, Mr. Speaker, the idea of, you know, allowing for an increase in the school supplies tax credit and allowing us to expand that eligibility criteria to include electronic devices that educators will benefit from. And so, you know, a lot of people are struggling in making sure that they can get through with those family budgets. So little measures like that for many families can actually go quite a long way. And I'm also interested in the proposal here in Bill C8 about the refundable tax credit for the return of fuel levy proceeds to agricultural businesses. This has been an issue that we have been seized with at the Standing Committee on Agriculture because especially when it comes to activities like grain drying or even heating their barn, I'm all for giving farmers an alternative that is not based on fossil fuels, but what we heard very clearly at the Standing Committee on Agriculture was that the technologies that are fossil-free fuel are not yet commercially viable, and they won't be so for another 10 years. So if we're going to make sure we're trying to give that price incentive, we still have to make sure that a viable alternative does exist for our farmers, which is why I'm in favor of giving them these specific and very targeted breaks so that they can make it through with their bottom line. And then, Mr. Speaker, in Part 2 of C8, there's basically establishing that 1% annual tax on the value of vacant or underutilized residential real property. And that would only be when the direct and indirect owners are non-residents or non-Canadians. Again, on housing, there are so many more ways that this government could have tackled this very big issue. I would say that this is sort of a good first start, but there's much more that needs to be done. And I know the government likes to sort of pat itself on the back with all of the things that it has done with housing, but the proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. And if we still see housing prices rise to these stratospheric heights, we have to measure the effectiveness of a policy against that reality. So I see my time is running down, Mr. Speaker. I think you know, I'll conclude there just by saying that we do have a budget. A federal budget will be coming in the next number of months. And I sincerely hope that the government realizes that this is the time for bold policy action to really make sure that Canada comes through these uncertain and very challenging times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We'll do it the right way, I guess, because there's somebody up. The honourable member for, and I should have this one, and I mix it up. The Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of sitting in, with this honourable member at the Standing Committee of Agriculture, and he raised an important point. I know it doesn't impact the province where he's from, but we have heard from farmers on the importance of having the availability of a carbon rebate for grain dryers and for heating their barns. I would just like to know, can he inform this House how important it is to pass C8 so they can get access to this important tool? Thank you.
For Cowichan, Mellhat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And allow me to return the compliment to my friend who I have had the pleasure of serving on that committee with. And, you know, he and I think, are the two longest serving members on that committee. We've heard repeatedly from farmers about their willingness to do the right thing and be a central part of the conversation on how we combat climate change. But when it comes to the hard choices that they have to make when they're purchasing new equipment or finding an energy source, we first of all want to make sure that those viable alternatives exist, which is why until they are developed and until they are commercially viable, we prepare the necessary tax breaks to help them through those tough times.
And comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Cowichan, Mellhat, Langford for his speech. And he also raised their critic, the MP for Elmwood, Transcona. And I'd like to thank that member, specifically a Finance Committee. He supported the member of Parliament from North Simcoe's amendment to C8 that would ban foreign buyers from purchasing Canadian residential properties. This member has mentioned that in his riding on the island, that we've seen amazing jumps in home prices. Lots of speculators that are there, including foreign. So, Mr. Speaker, he lamented that there is so much more that C8 could have been. Could he maybe enlighten this House as to why, first of all, the government would vote against something that their own Prime Minister has promised to do, has promised those Canadian young families who want to get into home ownership, and why he seems that when it comes to the chance to vote for something that meaningfully will address that they vote against?
Member Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess, well, sometimes the workings of Liberals, like Conservatives at committee, can remain a mystery, and we don't always know the full reason of why they vote the way they do. But that being said, I agree with him. So much more could have been done. But, as an opposition party, we have to respect the right that it's the government's prerogative to devote what time they will to the bills that they bring forward. And, we can only deal with the parameters that the government sets out. For me, I'm always looking ahead to the next day, to the next fight, to the ways that I can influence government policy and make sure that it's doing right by the residents of Cowichan and Malahat Langford. And I very much look forward to that opportunity being with the next federal budget.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague for Joliette earlier mentioned that a proposed amendment by the Bloc Québécois on C8 had been rejected, but I would like to hear what my colleague has to say. What does he think about the fact? What does he think of the proposal asking the federal government to consult provinces before butting into their exclusive jurisdiction? We know that there is a housing crisis. We've made many recommendations, but we believe that provincial jurisdictions should be respected.
Honourable Member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess the way I'd answer his question is this. I mean, the federal taxation power is a very broad power, and it can be open to a lot of interpretation. And courts have been a little bit wary about intruding on that specific right. That being said, I think the challenging times that we live in demand that the federal government look at unique and innovative ways to raise revenue. The NDP has long championed things like a wealth tax, and that's something I will continue to proudly fight for. But on his main question of consultation with the provinces, absolutely. If we are going to have a strong federal partnership, the provinces play very important roles in that, and I will never shy away from promoting that consultation should happen on a regular basis.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak today to Bill C8 at report stage. I may also include some general comments because I didn't get a chance to speak to Bill C8 when it was in the House earlier because they shut down debate on it. But let me just go through the different parts of the bill that we see. And as always, I'm not just here to criticize the government. I like to make helpful suggestions about what would be better or what should have been done as we go. So in the first part, there are some amendments to the Income Tax Act to put in place a few tax credits. And, I don't find these tax credits are very objectionable, but I see that there's one there to expand the travel component for northern residents if they have to travel as part of their jobs. And I just wanted to bring to attention that there's also a private members bill to do this as well for tradespeople that are traveling, because I think this is actually quite a good thing. Otherwise, in terms of the tax increases or credits that are there, the credit for the farmers, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this. It's a return of fuel charge proceeds to give farmers a break. What I think would have been more helpful is for the farmers to have been exempted from all the carbon tax increases that have happened over time. They don't get credit for the fact that most of them are growing crops that are taking CO2 out of the air. On the other hand, they're paying thousands and thousands of dollars in carbon tax. And at a time when we as a government and Canadians in general are concerned about food inflation and the cost of everything going up, certainly I would think that we could do more for the farmers. Many of these farmers are also still waiting for the compensation that was committed to them when the North American Free Trade Agreement, CUSMA, was put in place and the supply managed quota had to be given up. So I think that in these times where the world is concerned about food security and we're concerned about food inflation, that certainly giving the farmers the benefit of exemption from carbon tax and the compensation that they're due would be important. Now, the Part 3 limitations with respect to the paying back and fixing of all of the COVID programs. You know, Conservatives did support the measures that were needed to get through the pandemic. We see that a lot of them, the GIS problem with people that collected CERB that is still not fixed. I think the government could have done a much better job of addressing those. But to wrap up these programs and make a plan to exit the pandemic and restore the economy is key. Now, I see that there is money to make support payments to use for COVID tests. And, you know, the Conservatives were calling for rapid tests for quite a long period of time. But as with everything, the government has been very slow to deliver them. And the issue that I have now is that the World Health Organization is saying, look, at all these travel restrictions and measures and mandates at borders, they're not meaningful anymore with Omicron because it's so transmissible and it's everywhere. And people that are vaccinated can get and receive COVID. And so really, although at the time we were calling for rapid tests, now we're really calling for the removal of these measures, especially at borders, such as in Sarnia-Lambton, because it's really not doing anything to prevent transmission and spread, and it is a burden and a barrier for trade and for tourism, and those are things that we want to see restored in the fall economic document. We wanted to get back to creating jobs, getting tourism going, and all of these things will require the elimination of these mandates, which is what's being called for by the World Health Organization. And we see many other countries, many other provinces dropping these measures as is appropriate. Now, Part 7 talks about amendments to the Employment Insurance Act to address benefit periods for seasonal workers. And while I think that that is a very good, I don't understand why some of the things that we have been hearing about now for 2 years, people who were going on maternity leave in the pandemic that got caught up in this, they had to give up their job because of the pandemic, they weren't quite ready to go into maternity benefits. This has still not been addressed. We heard questions in the House this week on that issue, and so I would say that was a priority. The other thing I think needs to get fixed, all of these people who were fired from their jobs because they wouldn't take the vaccine, all the mandates that happened both federally and in different areas, these people then were not allowed to collect unemployment insurance. And this makes no sense at all. The unemployment insurance system is a system where you pay a premium into it, and you receive the benefit. And so I think the discrimination that prevented these people from being able to collect what they had paid into, what they were qualified to receive, is something that also needed to be fixed. Now, in terms of some of the other issues that we've seen, we know that this discussion about the tax on vacant housing, we've heard people in the House say it's not the government's jurisdiction. I would argue, is it even going to work? I mean, the problem that we're trying to fix here is the affordable housing crisis in this country. And so that is simply a problem of supply and demand. And so solutions that, provide a minor amount of tax is really not going to drive the kind of behavior you need to see. In my own riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we've made quite a comprehensive plan, recognizing that vacant buildings, we don't want to just tax them. We, in fact, want to convert them to affordable housing, and that's the kind of initiative that the government should be moving and participating with municipalities. You know, if the measure they had put in place here was going to put a larger amount of tax on it and give that money back to the municipalities to actually address the affordable housing crisis in their ridings, I think that would have been something far better. In addition, I think that the money is just not flowing fast enough. Certainly, we are coming along with our plan. We recognize that we have a lot of foreign students. We need a residence built. We need some government support there. And so there are another number of issues I think that we could have done to address the supply. The other thing is to keep foreign buyers out of the market. I've been speaking about this for 2 years. I know this was raised at committee. The government even had it in their platform. It just boggles the mind why it takes so long to put something that makes sense to all parties in the House. Why does it take so long to put it into place? The other reality is that, you know, we are concerned right now about food inflation. And there are so many different factors at play, but one of them I would argue is the supply chain. And we've certainly seen supply chain disruptions, and I'm concerned about the potential rail strike that we may see even as early as in the next week or two, further disrupting the supply chain. This is going to be a big deal. And where is the plan from the government? You know, we have distribution by rail, we have distribution by truck, we have distribution that comes through our ports, but there really is not a comprehensive plan of how we are going to protect and expand those to impact on food security. And at the same time, in the middle of this pandemic still, the government continues to increase the carbon tax. The carbon tax has done nothing to reduce our emissions in Canada. The emissions reductions we have got in Canada have been from the technologies that we implemented and from actions that we took to actually reduce the footprint. The carbon tax has done nothing but drive the price up for the people that can least afford it. And I think it's obscene that the government is going to once again raise the price when we already see people that are living on a fixed income and seniors that are in such a tough spot. Now, I expected when this bill came out that it would reflect some of the things that were in the fall economic statement. The fall economic statement started off by saying protecting our recovery by finishing the fight against COVID. Well, where is the plan from this government to finish the fight against COVID, to exit this pandemic and restore the economy? Let's get rid of these mandates. The World Health Organization is calling for it. Other countries are doing it. We see the provinces are returning to normal, and we need to do the same. We need the government to take a role in putting forward a plan. Canadians are looking for that. Certainly, we have a lot of work to do to rebuild our economy, to restore the things that were lost in terms of jobs. And I, for one, will work together with all parties in this House to make that happen for a better Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know we're sort of almost out of time here, so I thought we'd switch over to the next break, and we'll come back and do 5 minutes of questions and answering with the honourable member. Statements by members. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to the people of Ghana as they celebrate the 65th anniversary of independence this Sunday. Like Canada, Ghana is a member of the Commonwealth. It was the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to achieve its independence from Britain, and one of the first countries in Africa to establish diplomatic relations with Canada. Like Canada, Ghana is blessed with abundant human and natural resources. Like Canada, Ghana's nearly 33 million people comprise diverse ethnic, linguistic, and religious groups living in a stable and peaceful parliamentary democracy. Like Canada, its people take pride in their country's healthcare, economic growth, and human development. Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of this House and all Canadians to join with the people of Ghana in celebrating Ghana Independence Day this Sunday, March the 6th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians have contributed immensely to the cultural, economic, and social fabric of this nation, and in particular to my constituency. Nearly 20% of my constituents are of Ukrainian heritage, over 35% in the city of Dauphin alone. My riding is home to Canada's National Ukrainian Festival and countless Ukrainian cultural and historical sites. But now the future of Ukraine and its people is under attack in the largest threat to peace in generations. President Putin has invaded their democratic nation. He is murdering innocent lives, and he is attacking the territorial integrity of the democratic state. I know the Ukrainian people are strong and united. They have experienced a history of devastating hardships and resilience, but history will also judge the free world for what we do. I stand with the nation of Ukraine. I stand with the people of Ukraine. This is a war between freedom and tyranny, and freedom will prevail. Glory to Ukraine.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Ukraine is getting worse by the day. For over a week now, Ukrainians in Ukraine have been living in a war zone, fearing for their lives as missiles and bombs drop down on civilians. L'attaque non provoquée de la Russie.
Russia's unprovoked attack against Ukraine has transformed into a humanitarian crisis and left Europe in an extremely vulnerable state.
Just last night, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant caught fire due to continuous Russian bombardment. Had an explosion occurred, its effects would have been 10 times worse than those of Chernobyl, but luckily the fire was extinguished early this morning. Le Canada et le reste du monde.
Canada and the rest of the world need to continue to work together to end this war as soon as possible. We need to continue to support the Ukrainians who are trying to flee the country by offering them asylum and allowing them to come to Canada quickly and easily. I'm very pleased that our government has shown leadership on the military and economic fronts and will continue to do so to support Ukraine through this crisis.
Fighting for their country at this very moment, you are an inspiration to us all. We stand with you.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, it's cold out there. The generosity and community spirit of the Cowichan Valley was highlighted last weekend on the coldest night of the year, a family-friendly winter walk in support of people experiencing hunger, hurt, and homelessness. On February 26th, I joined with nearly 500 walkers in 67 different teams.
Just hold on a sec. Appel au règlement, je pense.
A point of order. I believe there was no translation.
I'm going to speak in English for a few moments to make sure that the translation picks up again, and I'm looking at my so yeah, okay, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, maybe back up a little bit.
Mr. Speaker, it's cold out there. The generosity and community spirit of the Cowichan Valley was highlighted last weekend on the coldest night of the year, a family-friendly winter walk in support of people experiencing hunger, hurt, and homelessness. On February 26th, I joined with nearly 500 walkers in 67 different teams headed out into a gray and dark afternoon facing a steady and persistent cold rain. That cold rain and darkening sky was the ever-present reminder of what our homeless community faces on a regular basis. $90,718 was raised, blowing past their goal of $50,000. These funds will go to the Canadian Mental Health Association's Cowichan Valley branch to create a safe space and programs for homeless youth in the Cowichan Valley, a service which is unfortunately needed now more than ever. I also want to express my sincere thanks to the over 40 volunteers who were on hand to make for a well-organized and fun evening. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. I believe you're on mute. There we go. Okay, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. We'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Tuesday, I had the great honour of being on site in Grand Pré with our Minister of Official Languages for an announcement about the tabling of Bill C-13, which would modernize the Official Languages Act. I don't think we could have chosen a better location to make the announcement than Grand Pré, which is considered by many as the historical and spiritual heart of Acadia. More than 30 years after it was last reformed, the Act needs to be updated to better reflect the linguistic realities in Canada and to promote real equality between English and French while supporting the development of official language minority communities. This achievement is possible thanks to the involvement of many actors and stakeholders who have been contributing to the modernization of the Act for many years. I'd like to thank them all. I look forward to working with you, colleagues, to get this important legislation passed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Speaker, as Ukraine continues to be sieged and mothers and children flee to safety in other countries, it would be easy to suggest that they are alone. They are not, Speaker. Speaker, Canadians have always been passionate and compassionate when others desperately need their help. Now is no different. Chris Profoda from Weatherby, Canada, and the Canadian Shooting Arms and Ammunition Association have graciously stepped up to help. Speaker, the firearms and sport communities have recognized that Ukrainian children must not go without food, clothing, and diapers. And so, Speaker, they have donated for raffle many thousands of dollars and created a website to allow Canadians across the country to donate. 100% of all proceeds raised will go directly to feeding and clothing the children affected by the war. Legal firearms owners are compassionate, and they lead by example when others are in need. Thank you, Weatherby and CSAAA, for your dedication. I urge everyone to donate as able. Hashtag gun owners supporting Ukrainian kids. Slava Ukraini!
L'honorable député de Orléans.
Honourable Member for Orleans.
President.
Mr. Speaker.
8 marks International Women's Day, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all Canadian women in my community of Orléans, in this House, and across Canada for their passion, dedication, and contribution to our society. This morning, I had the privilege of celebrating this remarkable day at my annual Women's Day breakfast, and I would like to thank HoC Kitchen for welcoming us and providing their hospitality for this event. During this impassionate event, I had the opportunity to meet and talk among the leading women that have and will continue to impact the community of Orléans and our country. At this year's ceremony, I had the honor of recognizing 31 exceptional women of all ages by awarding them with the Orleans Leading Women and Girls Recognition Award of 2022. Congratulations, félicitations.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, Olena Yoroshishin, a young Ukrainian student passionate about learning and contributing to a democratic society, shadowed me here in Parliament as she completed her internship in my office. Since then, Olena would usually reach out to share her extraordinary accomplishments or talk about her most recent travels. After 4 years, Olena's message has a different tone, one filled with fear and despair. Today, Olena pleads that we parliamentarians and Canadians do everything we can to support a free and democratic Ukraine. Olena, Canada stands with you and all the people of Ukraine who deserve a future filled with hope and optimism. Le courage et l'esprit de le peuple ukrainien.
The courage and spirit of the Ukrainian people are strengthened by Canada's solidarity and its allies. I want all Ukrainians to know that the world supports them in the battle for their future.
Against terror and tyranny, nous continuerons à prendre des mesures.
We will continue to take firm measures to support Ukraine on behalf of democracy, freedom, and human rights. Slava Ukraini.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, the film industry in BC is demonstrating once again its job-creating power. The industry has plans to build dozens of new state-of-the-art stages across the province, and my riding of Langley Aldergrove will be the beneficiary of a lot of that new investment with a massive expansion of the Martini Film Studios. Just recently, they broke ground on a 33-acre campus that will employ 2,000 technicians and artists. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a good news story, of course, but all this growth is putting a lot of strain on an already strained workforce, so I want to give a big shout-out to Gemma Martini and her team for providing their facilities free of charge to a provincially funded program that recently graduated 62 young people for the industry. Mr. Speaker, it's this type of entrepreneurial spirit that will ensure that Canada remains in the top 3 global destinations for the movie industry, and of course, Metro Vancouver, #1 in Canada.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, Tuesday is International Women's Day, when we pay tribute not only to the amazing women in our communities, but even more so on those whose shoulders we stand. I rise today to pay tribute to such a woman, Dr. Elizabeth Betsy McGregor. Betsy was recently appointed to the Order of Canada for her national and international championing of women in STEM and politics. Her tenacity, coaching, and mentorship are the reason that many women who've been elected to this House were successful. She also founded the World Women's Veterinary Medical Association and was a founding architect of the APEC Women Leaders Network, among countless other achievements. As someone who's dedicated her life's work to lifting up other people, to opening doors and forging paths, and to putting words into real action, I want to congratulate my good friend, Dr. Betsy McGregor, on this well-deserved honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, once again, this Liberal government is demonstrating that victims of crime are a low priority for it. For the past half year, the position of Victims Ombudsman has remained vacant. The Victims Ombudsman is an integral resource for victims, including addressing their complaints and bringing forward recommendations on how to improve laws and programs to better support victims. After half a year, the Justice Minister's statement that this position will be filled in due course is unacceptable. This, after all, is the same government that previously left this position vacant for nearly a year. Victims deserve a voice, and they deserve it now. It's time for this government to end this inexcusable delay and forthwith appoint a Victims Ombudsman.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, at the turn of the 20th century, Cape Breton opened their hearts to a wave of Ukrainian immigrants. And in years since, the community has become a vital part of the fabric of our island. On Saturday, my colleague and I attended Mass at the Holy Ghost Ukrainian Parish, where Whitney Pierre's Ukrainian community has sought solace in dark times. Colleagues, I've been inspired by many Ukrainian Canadians, some in this House, but I think the most inspired I've been with the words of Father Roman in his sermon about his faith and the challenges he has during these troubled times. His faith pushes him to learn, practice patience, tolerance, and forgiveness, even to those who hurt his family, his community, his Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of peace in this world, let us not forget the power of love and kindness. Father Roman, we pray with you, we stand with you, we stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saint-Suk.
This week, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report we cannot ignore. The evidence is clear. It tells us we are in a rapidly closing window for taking action to avoid climate catastrophe. Even with making best efforts now, the results of our previous inaction will cause serious harm to the ecosystems which sustain life on this planet. I believe there is still hope because I hear from so many people in my riding about their personal commitment to change. Yet, however much heavy lifting individuals do, it will never be enough without concerted action by governments to avoid this disaster. We in this House must not fail those we represent by allowing the federal government to slow walk us over this cliff. We must end fossil fuel subsidies now and fund a rapid shift to renewable energy, and we must do so in a manner that prioritizes new, high-skill, family-supporting jobs. It's time to act as if we were in a climate emergency, because it is a fact that we are. There is no more time for excuses and half measures. The clock is ticking.
L'honorable député de... The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Beijing Paralympic Games get underway today, I'd like to address Canada's Minister responsible for sport. The Canadian Olympic Committee's Athlete Excellence Fund provides performance-related awards to Olympic medalists. $20,000 for gold, $15,000 for silver, and $10,000 for bronze. But these awards are not available to Paralympic athletes. How is it that in 2022, such talented athletes, who are also competing on the Olympic stage, will be discriminated against because of their disability? I'd like to take this opportunity to ask the Minister of Finance and the President of the Treasury Board again to ensure that additional funding envelope for the Special Olympics Movement of Canada from the Treasury Board be maintained permanently at $3.8 million. Having met with the Quebec representatives of this organization, we know that investing in our communities through sport makes a big difference to both physical and mental health and to our athletes' quality of life. Mr. Speaker, my message is simple. Let's invest more so that everyone can have the means to achieve their dreams through sport, whether they have a disability or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the 2022 summer tourism season is quickly approaching, and international travelers are starting to make their vacation plans now. Yet mandatory pre-departure testing requirements continue to serve as a disincentive to visit our country. In my riding of Niagara Falls, communities, businesses, and workers depend on tourism. In Niagara alone, we have 4 international border crossings, which facilitate travelers and visitation into Niagara and Canada. Tourism is our largest industry locally. Before the pandemic, this sector employed 40,000 local workers and generated $2.4 billion in tourism receipts alone. COVID-19 and federal restrictions have had a devastating impact on tourism in Niagara. The Canadian Travel and Tourism Roundtable and border area mayors and the federal government's own expert advisory panel have indicated that pre-departure testing requirements are not needed. When will this federal government end all COVID-19 restrictions and mandates? Where is the plan? Let's save the 2022 tourism season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the incredible work done by volunteers and healthcare professionals at our Wellesley Vaccination Clinic. Throughout the pandemic, this clinic has been tirelessly administering COVID-19 vaccines, prioritizing our small communities. They also took the time to visit the homes of older adults and priority populations to administer doses to where people live. The Wellesley Vaccination Clinic has been so successful in Kitchener-Conestoga that the clinic is no longer necessary and will be closing at the end of this week. This is a credit to our community stepping up to do their part. The Wellesley Clinic has been crucial to the vaccine rollout in Waterloo region, especially for our rural communities. So I thank and appreciate Dr. Jennifer Jones, Tracy Crowther, and all the volunteers and healthcare workers at the clinic for their amazing efforts. The pandemic has made us realize the things we take in granted in life, not to mention life itself. At the Wellesley Clinic, you helped save lives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now been 2 years since the first set of COVID restrictions came into effect. Since then, we've seen an inconsistent patchwork of requirements, bans, and restrictions that many Canadians feel has done more harm than good. For example, a trucker in my riding who provided free services to assist during last year's floods now finds himself unemployed. Other constituents have been prevented from seeing dying family members. We have soldiers that are being kicked out of the armed forces during a time of heightened global conflict. I think this is a terrible idea. At home, we have nurses being permanently terminated. This month, regulated health professionals are now deemed unfit to provide care for British Columbians, despite having done so safely for the past 2 years. This is happening at a time when COVID has been on the decline, when the rest of the world is opening up. Mr. Speaker, it is time to end these restrictions, allow society to return to normalcy, and begin the healing the many non-virus wounds that this pandemic has created. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Canadian families have a big issue. This morning, Canadians woke up and learned that the cost of gas is skyrocketing. In my riding in Quebec, gas is $1.85 a litre. It's $2 a litre in BC, and the prices continue to rise. The government can do one thing, at the very least, to help reduce this burden for Canadians. Can the government commit to not increasing taxes as of April 1st? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like to remind this House, however, that our economy has seen 6.7% growth in the last quarter, and it is rebounding strongly. And we are here to tackle the issue of inflation. I'd also like to remind people that other countries worldwide, including the U.S., have inflation rates much higher than that of Canada, and our government knows how to manage our economy cautiously and responsibly. Thank you. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. What's rebounding this morning is not what the member has said, but rather the cost of gas. And all Canadians are facing this 45% increase, that's unacceptable. The government keeps hiding behind figures, but the reality of Canadians in everyday life means, well, transportation affects everyone. Inflation is increasing because of that. Can the government, well, the question is simple, commit to giving some oxygen to Canadian families and not impose tax increases for April 1st? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our track record as a government is clear. We have been here for Canadians who are the most vulnerable, and we're here to support them. And what the Conservatives are proposing is austerity, and that's what they did during the pandemic, and that's not what Canadians wanted. We will ensure that our economy will continue to grow. As I said earlier, the economy is doing well, and we will continue our work. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, quite sincerely, I have a simple question. There's going to be a tax hike slated by this Liberal government on April 1st. Regardless of what's happening in the U.S. or in GDP or inflation, the reality is that taxes will go up on April 1st. The reality is that a litre of gas costs 45 cents more now. Can the government commit to managing the tax increases slated for April 1st? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have Canadians' backs. We're here to support our seniors, our families, and we created the Canada Child Benefit and we increased it this week. C12 received royal assent to ensure that seniors' benefits will be delivered. Mr. Speaker, we are here for the Canadians, and the austerity being proposed by the Conservatives doesn't have its place here.
Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Life under this Liberal government is quickly becoming unaffordable for Canadians. High inflation means that prices are going up twice as fast as wages. Middle-class Canadians are struggling to avoid falling into poverty. Seniors are also hurting. And to make matters worse, the Prime Minister's tax hikes on everything from gasoline to home heating is scheduled to take effect on April 1st. How about showing a little empathy, maybe a little compassion to the millions of Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet because people can no longer afford to pay their bills? Will the government cancel all of these tax hikes on April 1st?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I'd also like to remind him that the federal carbon price is revenue neutral. In fact, with the climate action incentive, families in the prairies will get close to $1,000 back. And as the governor of the Bank of Canada reminded us at Finance Committee just this week, that climate change itself is also causing inflation, something that the Conservative Party shouldn't ignore.
Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Cold comfort for Barrie-Innisfil residents who this morning are paying $1.72.9 per litre for gasoline. But instead of helping Canadians, the Liberals are actually going to increase the carbon tax by 25%. Increasing taxes now mean that out-of-control grocery prices will go higher. The Liberals claim they're concerned about inflation, but their policies are making the problem much, much worse. Why are the Liberals implementing policies and tax hikes that are punishing Canadians and seniors at a time when they can least afford it? Will they cancel the tax increases on April 1st? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to remind that member again that the federal carbon price is revenue neutral. I'm also happy to remind that member that while our government is concerned about inflation, we also understand that this is a global phenomenon. We know that Canada's rate of inflation is lower than the United States, lower than the UK, lower than the G7, the G20, the OECD average. And at the same time, we're taking efforts to address affordability, measures on housing, measures on childcare, measures for seniors, all measures that that party, in fact, votes against, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in the face of war in Ukraine, the government can count on the bloc. We work together to extend work and study permits for Ukrainians. Let's work once again together to welcome families fleeing the war. I welcome the government's emergency travel authorization, but it takes effect only in 2 weeks, and that is an eternity in wartime. In the current situation, we need to at least make sure that as of day one, there will already be planes on the ground to transport families. Will the minister launch a full-scale air operation? Mr. Speaker, This is a war against liberty and democracy. The interpreter would like to note that sound quality does not allow for interpretation at this time.
Ukrainiens qui souhaitent venir au Canada et ceux qui sont actuellement au Canada à titre temporaire pour prolonger leur séjour. Juste hier, nous avons annoncé des nouvelles mesures qui permettront aux Ukrainiens qui fuient la guerre de venir.
I'm going to interrupt the minister. The minister, our audio from you is pretty bad there, so I don't know whether it's where the boom is placed or not. I'm going to let you back up and maybe just finish up the question there, and hopefully it'll be better. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To conclude,
the interpreter still notes that the sound quality is not allowed for interpretation at this time. Thank you.
Not just allow people to come, but facilitate their entry into Canada.
Okay. All right. We're still having a problem with that, so maybe we'll try to get. We'll let the minister get caught up here, and because I'm guessing the next question is probably for the same minister.
We don't know who's next. We'll take a small break to make sure we have someone. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Europe expects the number of refugees to reach 7 million people. 7 million people. So the government has no choice but to be ready in 2 weeks when the new measures take effect. They have to implement a historic equivalent of an airlift by charting all possible air capacity. Otherwise, the good measures they've announced won't work. Otherwise, there'll be millions of people, half of whom will be children, who will be still stuck in refugee camps. Will the minister deploy a large-scale air operation?
Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to that question, I think it's very important to say that we have taken unprecedented measures to fast-track all immigration measures over the last several weeks and have announced increased measures which will take place within the next 2 weeks to ensure that Canada does its responsible activity in ensuring that all Ukrainians have a chance to have a new life in another country. Right now, there's also a refugee crisis, and Canada will do its part and more than its part to ensure that refugees find safety in our world.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
60% of Canadians say they're struggling to feed themselves and their families, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberals, the ultra-rich are thriving while Canadians feel abandoned. While people are forced to pay more on food, CEOs of huge grocery chains and other big box stores like Walmart and Canadian Tire are making billions in profit during the pandemic. But the Liberals have repeatedly refused to make the ultra-rich pay their fair share. When will the government stop protecting corporate profit and start standing up for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we care deeply about the issues of affordability, and we also want to make sure that organizations pay their fair share, and we've made commitments as such. But with regards to affordability, I'll remind that member that we in fact lowered taxes in the middle class while increasing them on the top 1%. We created the CCB that lifted 435,000 children out of poverty. In fact, we implemented a comprehensive poverty strategy that lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty. We're going to continue working with the party opposite and the member opposite to make sure that affordability is top of mind because it's a priority for our government.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thousands of Afghans were in refugee camps in Ukraine. Now they're forced to flee their second humanitarian crisis as Putin invades the country. Camelia Safi walked hours to the border, less than 48 hours after she gave birth. Her family was rejected 6 times trying to leave Ukraine at the Slovakian and Polish border, facing racial discrimination. Their application to seek refuge in Canada didn't even get a response from the government. Their situation is not unique. Will the Liberals help resettle Afghans and other visible minorities fleeing Putin's war?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
And Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I would share that it is completely unacceptable and egregious behavior that anyone fleeing war would be discriminated against on the basis of the color of their skin or their country of origin. We have to date already resettled a number of Afghan refugees who've transited through Ukraine. To the extent there are individual case files, of course, the timelines can differ depending on the complexities of those cases, but we are working to make good on our commitment to resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees, regardless of which country we transit through, because we've stated that publicly and we will not go back until we've completed our efforts successfully.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, Ivana fled Ukraine following the Russian invasion, hiding in Bulgaria, trying to reunite with her husband in Vancouver. She applied for a visitor visa but was refused because IRCC wasn't satisfied that she would return to Ukraine. Ivana's story is not unique. I'm hearing people calling the hotline or applying for visas are getting stuck in the same liberal-made bureaucratic mess Afghan refugees are facing. 140 countries around the world have lifted visa requirements. Why are the Liberals ignoring Ukrainian Canadians and opposition MPs' calls to implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and his conversations with me over the past number of days. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is we've announced a program that is going to allow for the fastest and safest way for people to resettle in Canada. With respect to the timelines that people are operating under, I would point out that as of today, there's already 6,265 Ukrainian nationals that have arrived in Canada since the beginning of January. We started moving the moment we knew this was a potential influx of newcomers who'd be seeking to come to Canada fleeing Putin's war. We will continue to do everything we can to ensure we process people efficiently and take down the barriers that may lead to an unjust refusal.
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, if this government didn't cancel the Northern Gateway and Energy East pipelines and had stood up for the Keystone XL to be built, Canada would be oil self-sufficient. Regulatory delays, excessive taxes, and costs have LNG projects struggling and partners selling out. Canada could be entirely natural gas self-sufficient if this government would just get out of the way. With the completion of these projects, Canada would be in a position to supply the world with clean, ethically produced energy. How is the government going to fix its regulatory systems to help the world reduce its dependence on Russian energy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the current situation in Ukraine underscores the importance of energy security of our allies in Europe and across the world. Building more pipelines to increase oil and gas capacity, this would take a number of years and wouldn't address the current crisis in the Ukraine. The real solution is to quickly deploy renewables and clean tech to reduce dependence on Russian oil and gas now and into the future. And I would direct the member opposite's attention to the Independent Energy Agency's 10-point plan, which specifically points to renewables as the solution.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary says that building pipelines takes too long. That's been our point for a very, very long time, Mr. Speaker. Let's speed up that process and let's put in place these measures for the long term. Europe's reliance on Russian gas has constrained its ability to sanction Russia. And some European countries are less dependent on Russian gas but rely heavily on coal. Europe needs energy, Mr. Speaker, and Canadian natural gas is safer than Russian gas and it's cleaner than coal. So when will the government realize the need to significantly increase energy exports to Europe and put in place the measures to ensure that going forward? Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would like to direct the member opposite to the International Energy Agency's actual report, a 10-point plan to reduce European Union's reliance on Russian natural gas. It points to renewables. It points to wind and solar. It points to many solutions that they have made and that they are working on. Renewables are part of the solution to the energy security issue in Europe.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it needs to be all of the above, and Canada needs to get in the energy export game to Europe. Mr. Speaker, many Ukrainian Canadian organizations are doing incredible work confronting the humanitarian crisis in the Ukraine. The government's matching program only applies to the Red Cross. We've seen previously how, such as in the case of Lebanon, the government's matching program excludes Canadian charities with strong on-the-ground experience, and this is a missed opportunity for those charities. Will the government expand and broaden their matching program to at least include established organizations like the Ukrainian Canadian Congress and the Catholic Near East Welfare Association?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we all thank the Ukrainian Canadian Congress for the incredible work that they are doing. I would note that the $10 million matching fund program for the Canadian Red Cross is just one part of what we are providing. There's also $50 million in humanitarian aid already announced, plus the UN flash appeal of $100 million, where Canada is leading the world in terms of what we're providing. This is going to provide support for displaced populations with essential life-saving services like shelter, water, sanitation, and food. Mr. Speaker, we are doing our part, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, when asked in question period about Russian Navy's 40 armed nuclear-powered icebreakers roaming the Arctic, the defense minister said basically, don't worry about Canadian sovereignty because, quote, here we have the Coast Guard working for us. Now, does the Minister of National Defense realize that our Coast Guard, as good as they are, is a civilian service and is not an armed naval vessels? Because I'm pretty sure the Russian naval or the Navy is aware of that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic is long-standing and well-established. We are making landmark investments to increase our ability to operate in the Arctic, including conducting joint exercises in the Arctic, purchasing 6 Arctic offshore patrol ships, and enhancing surveillance and intelligence capability in the Arctic. We will remain firm and unwavering in defending Canada's sovereignty and the peoples and the communities in the North and our national interests, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, windmills and fairy tales have not gotten Germany and other countries off of Russian oil. This government's doing nothing. And the Northwest Atlantic Fishery Organization, which governs what we can catch internationally, including the Grand Banks off of Newfoundland. Russia sits on the executive of that organization, and it's a multilateral forum that we all abide by. And yesterday at the Fisheries Committee, unanimously my motion to have them removed from that executive was approved. Since Russia no longer abides by the international rules of order, will this government lead the charge to expel Russia from the executive of NAFO?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's war on Ukraine is a war on freedom, democracy, and the rights of Ukrainians, and this aggression will not go unpunished. Earlier this week, our government announced a ban on all Russian-owned or registered ships and fishing vessels from docking in Canadian waters. I'm aware of the motion the member opposite brought before the DFO committee. Yesterday, Russia stepped down as the chair of NAFO. We're examining this issue closely and will always stand with the people of Ukraine against Russian aggression.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, even today, new mothers who find out during their parental leave that they're losing their jobs are not entitled to employment insurance. Even though they've just started a family and they're losing their income, Ottawa is abandoning them. As the federal government has refused to address this injustice for years, 6 women have taken the government to court and won. But instead of fixing the problem, Ottawa is going to appeal the case. And it's taking young mothers who have lost their jobs to court, Mr. Speaker. Why not help them instead? The Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that it's very hard for women who do not have access to employment insurance. The court conducted an independent review, and however, our commitment does not change. We are still committed to doing better to modernize the employment insurance system to bring it up to the 21st century. The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Right now, I find this very cheap. The minister cannot hide behind the Commission. It is the Parliament that can amend the Act, and the Commission itself has said that. It's the minister's exclusive responsibility. There are exceptions to the Act that allow people who apply for EI to calculate their income over 2 years rather than 52 weeks. People who are unable to work because they're sick, injured, or incarcerated are entitled to this. Why shouldn't new mothers who have lost their jobs also be entitled to it? Isn't it not simple? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we understand the situation of these mothers. It's really hard, and that is what is motivating me to change the EI system. We can absolutely do better.
The way Canadians work, Mr. Speaker, which is why we are spending so much time and effort on our modernization efforts for EI. And we have heard from many mothers in this situation, and we are working to make things better, more equitable and fair for women, for all workers in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lizilette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, over the past few days, the cost of gas in my riding has reached almost $1.80 a litre. groceries have increased by more than $1,000 a month for the next year. It's already been announced. And for this year, costs are skyrocketing everywhere. I'm not just talking about housing, but just for these two things. And it means that with these $50 billion in debt by this government, inflation continues to rise steadily. When will the government tackle inflation truly? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we understand that there is inflationary pressure globally right now. Our government is here to support vulnerable Canadians, and yes, we are here with programs to help everyone, including seniors and families. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, who is a member from Quebec, should know full well that we're also facing a climate crisis globally, and we have to make sure that we are protecting the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Newfoundland gas prices to skyrocket Friday. Windsor housing costs reach new heights in February. Farmers concerned as cost of production soars. A second mortgage? Record gas prices strain consumers struggling with rising cost of living. Inflation rates continue to jack up the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, these are the headlines in Canada for today and result of failed Liberal policies over the last 6 years. Things are getting harder for Canadians. What is the government's plan to tackle the cost of living and the out-of-reach increases in inflation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives often accuse us of over-investing in Canadians, but I'll remind the member opposite that in the last election, the Conservatives actually promised to spend more than what our government is actually investing, and at the same time, their promise policies were assessed by experts and were noted to under-deliver on housing, under-deliver on climate change, under-deliver on childcare. We have renewed the inflation target of 2% with the Bank of Canada, and we will continue to focus on affordability for Canadian families going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that response was completely out of touch with what Canadians are going through. The last time Canadians saw inflation surpass 5%, they were hearing the word internet for the first time. Our finance minister continues to ignore and only compare Canada to others to justify Canada's inflation. Other countries in the G7, including the US, Germany, and the United Kingdom, acknowledge their high inflation and have announced various plans to tackle inflation in their countries. When will the Minister of Finance announce her plans on how she will tackle inflation in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member knows that inflation is, in fact, a global phenomenon, and anything that affects affordability is important to our government. We know that while inflation in Canada is at 5.1%, it is lower than the UK, is lower than the US. It's lower than the G7 average, as well as the G20 and the OECD. Our government is taking measures to make life more affordable. That includes cutting taxes for the middle class. That includes the CCB, which has lifted 435,000 children out of poverty. It includes making tuition more affordable. It includes increasing the OAS and GIS and indexing those to inflation for seniors. These are all measures that the Conservatives have voted against. If they care about affordability, they should.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
$2 a litre, Mr. Speaker. $2 a litre. For the first time ever in Vancouver, that's the price of regular gas. And we know what happens when gas goes up. The price of everything goes up. And it's what happens anytime this government rolls out its policies. Whether it's their anti-energy obsessions, whether it's their reckless fiscal plans, the result is the same. Canadians pay more. Will this government admit that they are the problem, or will they simply brush it aside and say that it's just inflation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is a problem, and our government is focused on making life more affordable for Canadians. But with regards to that particular question, I must remind that member that the carbon price is revenue neutral, that we have rolled out the climate action incentive. And the fact is that climate change also causes inflation. We need to make sure that we continue to make life more affordable, but we also take meaningful action on climate change, something that the Conservative Party is not willing to do.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatinuk, Askey.
Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure bank is broken. Liberals know it, Canadians know it, everybody knows it. The IPCC report is clear. The window to secure a livable future is rapidly closing. We must act now. We need to shift from diesel green energy to green energy across the north. We need infrastructure support to fight forest fires and all-weather roads whose melting is leaving Indigenous and northern communities stranded. We need a climate change mitigation strategy now. My climate bill does exactly that by making the infrastructure bank work to tackle the climate crisis. Will the Liberals stand with Indigenous and northern communities fighting climate change? Will they support this bill?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that every dollar spent on infrastructure is an investment in our communities. It's an investment to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, this bank has received over $6.7 billion in private and institutional investments. Those investments are going to go a long way to ensure that we are building the type of infrastructure that is truly transformational and addresses climate change and creates an economy for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
The Gordie Howe Bridge being built in my riding of Windsor West offers huge potential for the creation of good Canadian jobs and to boost our economy. However, this government is considering using foreign steel for two parts of this project, despite promises that Canadian steel would be the priority. Instead of creating Canadian jobs, it's unconscionable that the Liberals would consider using sources with poor environmental records, poor human rights records, and trade barriers to Canadian steel. Why won't this government keep its promise to use Canadian steel and create jobs for Canadian workers and their families, especially since Canadian taxpayers and families are paying for the entire project?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to infrastructure, of course, we're always going to focus on the ability to create good Canadian jobs here at home. As I said previously, every dollar invested in infrastructure in this country is an investment in our economic growth. It's an investment in our communities, and it's an investment for workers and Canadians right here. That is our focus. That has been our focus since day one, and we will continue to do so.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, March 8th is the International Women's Day, a time to celebrate women and girls' achievement and crucial contributions to our society. International Women's Day is also a moment to raise awareness of the progress made towards gender equality and look to the work that remains to be done to the equality of all women in Canada and abroad. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth comment on the importance of the International Women's Day?
Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from London West for the question. Next Tuesday, Canada joins the world in celebrating International Women's Day. This year's theme is Women Inspiring Women. Everywhere, in every area of our communities, women inspire us with their leadership and contributions to the fabric of our country. But inequalities abound and impact women the most. It's why International Women's Day is also a call to action, Mr. Speaker, a push for all of us to create real change. That means working to eliminate gender-based violence, discrimination and harassment in the workplace, and reducing the cost of childcare. It's also a time to reflect on trailblazers like Michaëlle Jean and Roberta Bondar. We thank them for paving the way and lifting as they rose. The House will not be in session next week, so I will take the opportunity now to say Happy International Women's Day.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Last week I spoke with a local business owner in Bancroft. Jeff, like thousands of others in my riding, received his heating bill and was dumbfounded at what he had seen. His bill has doubled over the previous month.
Shame.
Owning and operating a business is 24/7. This government's policy of taxation on top of taxation is gouging rural Canadians. Many businesses and families are mere months away from bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, when will this government commit to stopping the planned tax increase on April 1st?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to the success of small businesses. I'll remind that member that carbon pricing is revenue neutral federally, but also remind that member that our government has had businesses back throughout the greatest economic shock that we've had since the Second World War. That's why there are actually more businesses today operating than there were before the pandemic even started.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Yesterday, I spoke with Scaletta Haulage, a small company in Tweed that hauls mostly agricultural products. They are close to a point where they will have to park their trucks because the cost of fuel is hitting them too hard. Last month, it was $12,000 to fuel 2 trucks. This month, $25,000 to fuel those same 2 trucks. They wonder, does the government really not care about the little guys keeping this country moving? Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop blaming others, take some ownership, and present a plan for Canadians?
Yes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we take supporting small businesses seriously. I would remind the member opposite that it was our government that lowered small business taxes from 11% to 9%. We've listened closely to businesses during the pandemic and made sure that we had a suite of measures in place. And in fact, we focused on a health-based recovery, and that's actually helped us have an economic-based recovery. Even though we lost 3 million jobs during the depth of the recession, we've now recovered 101% of that, while the United States has only recovered 87%.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the people in my riding are not second-class citizens. The lack of cell phone coverage is inconceivable. The gap between rural and urban Canadians continues to grow. The Prime Minister has yet to address this issue in his mandate letters to either the Minister for Rural Economic Development or the Minister for Science and Innovation, let alone the Minister for Public Safety, which demonstrates the government's disconnect from rural Canada. This is not only a lack of equity, but also a lack of public safety. When will this government take action and show true leadership on this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Our government does understand rural Canada. Since I've been appointed member, I've done 37 roundtables all throughout the country. The number one issue I hear is connectivity. We know that connectivity with reliable, affordable, high-speed internet is the number one thing to build back better in rural Canada. We need it for keeping in touch, for kids doing homework, for our businesses, and frankly, we're getting it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Darren sent me the following message on how inflation is affecting his life. He said, with payments, registration, repairs, and fuel to drive to work, there isn't much motivation to keep working. Then the government takes 2/3 of my income for income taxes, CPP, EI, and the carbon tax. I will have to soon borrow money to be able to stay working. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government start listening to Canadians and stop these continual tax increases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been focused on affordability issues and issues around inflation since taking office. In fact, it was our government that implemented a thorough poverty strategy that lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty. We're investing in programs like childcare that's going to lower the cost of childcare in BC by 50% by the end of this year. We're investing in a national housing strategy to make sure people can afford a place to live. These are all measures that the Conservatives are not supporting, but we're going to get it done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, weir fishing is an important intangible heritage for the Charlevoix region. In Quebec, only 2 Capelin fishermen still keep this ancestral know-how alive. Their season in the St. Lawrence estuary begins early April, but Ottawa makes no distinction between our last 2 traditional fishermen and those from Newfoundland, 2,000 kilometres away, and prevents them from fishing before the end of May or early June. There's no Capelin in the St. Lawrence. If the season is not moved up for our 2 fishermen, this national tradition will disappear. Will the Minister authorise Capelin weir fishing in Charlevoix as of April 1st? The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for her question, and I will take this opinion into account. We use best scientific data available to us, consulting with industry in order to determine the opening dates for all fishing seasons. I recognise the importance of fishing for our coastal communities, and I would like to work with fishers in order to ensure their economic viability in the long term. Thank you. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a world of difference between fishermen in Newfoundland who catch 9,000 tonnes of capelin a year and our two traditional fishermen in Quebec who catch less than 50 tonnes. Yet Ottawa puts everyone in the same proverbial boat. Our last two weir fishermen were never invited or consulted during scientific consultations on the start of their fishing season. They must be included in the decision-making process, but in the meantime, will the Minister give them a special authorization for this year urgently so that they can fish starting on April 1st? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I have already mentioned, we use best scientific data available to us. We consult industry from coast to coast to coast, from east to west to the north. That is a clear rule we follow. We will determine the opening dates based on science and what scientists have to say, the ones we consult, and we will ensure that fishing is fair.
For Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, despite some of the highest vaccination rates in the world, the federal government refuses to remove their travel mandates. Canadians returning home from the U.S. at land border crossings without a COVID test result could be fined $5,000. Yesterday, 15 border mayors called for an end to the testing requirements. Many European countries and Canadian provinces have already ditched their mandates. Canada's Chief Medical Officer of Health said that we need to empower people to make the best choices to protect themselves. So, can the Health Minister tell this House what information he has that other jurisdictions already returning to normal don't? Here they are.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to answer that question. As a member may know, I come from the wonderful city of Quebec, and I'm very proud of the strong workers and people and partners working for my tourism industry, and I understand it's also an important industry for him. So I look forward to further measures, but I would also point out that on Monday, just a few days ago, we announced important measures that are going to protect workers and travelers and invest in our tourism industry.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, tourism is vital to the economy in northwestern Ontario, with the vast majority of visitors being Americans who cross at the land border. Unfortunately, the government's current COVID testing requirements mean many of the regular visitors are once again going to choose to stay home this season. Mr. Speaker, when is this government going to do the right thing and put an end to the arbitrary and unscientific testing requirements for vaccinated travelers at our land border crossings?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obviously very pleased to hear one more colleague who cares about the industry of tourism. I also do very much, as I just said, and that's why we're working to protect both the health and safety of workers and travelers, but also to make sure that our tourism industry can thrive. We know how hard it's been for workers and small businesses during the last 22 or 23 months now, and that's why we look forward to further investing and further supporting our tourism industry.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Ontario has announced that they are dropping their vaccination policies as of April 4th, and public servants will be returning to work in person. I keep hearing from my constituents how exhausted and frustrated they are with these mandates, and that they just want their lives to get back to normal. When will this government follow the example of Ontario and finally restore the freedom of Canadians by removing these unscientific and undemocratic vaccine federal mandates?
L'honorable ministre de Santé.
1.1 million, Mr. Speaker. That's a number which a recent Harvard study told us what would have been the additional number of people dying in the United States without vaccination. In Canada, it's about 400,000 people who would have died in 2021 if A, we didn't have vaccination, and B, we didn't have strong public health measures. Fortunately, we were not there. Unfortunately, we're elsewhere today because of the hard work, the hard commitment of vaccinators and all the 30 million plus Canadians who got vaccinated.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Act enshrines the official language rights of all Canadians. However, the Act requires bite in order to protect these rights. Could the Minister for Official Languages tell the House whether the government's modernisation of the Official Languages Act includes provisions to make it stronger and more effective? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Yukon for his defence of the official languages rights of all Canadians. Our modernisation of the Act will strengthen the powers of the Commissioner of Official Languages, including the power to impose monetary penalties. In addition, for the first time ever, we are centralising the coordination of the Act under a single minister who will have access to the resources of a central agency. Canadians told us that these measures were necessary, and I am proud to say that we have acted.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, this past weekend I visited with a federal corrections officer who had just lost his job because he refused to reveal his COVID-19 vaccination status. His hope is to be rehired at the Prince Albert Penitentiary without loss of seniority and pay grade. With COVID-19 mandates now being lifted in Saskatchewan and other provinces, can the minister please inform Parliament when all mandates for all federal employees will be lifted?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, I'm very pleased to report to this chamber that corrections officers have taken up vaccinations to a very high rate. That is clearly a reflection of their belief, as is the government's, that the best way to get out of the pandemic is to become vaccinated. We'll continue to follow all of the evidence and the science that has allowed us to make this progress. And obviously, we want to thank the corrections officers for their work on the front lines. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I recently spoke with a veteran named Nicole. For day after day, for many years, she was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Now, Nicole was medically discharged from the military after developing PTSD after being sexually assaulted. Caseworkers at Veterans Affairs Canada are overworked, so much so that calls often can't be returned, like Nicole's. Nicole's story is a sad one, but it is a common one. Will this minister stop talking about historical investments and tell Nicole when she'll get a call back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my colleague for his question. Our government places the highest priority on ensuring veterans and their family have the support and services they need when they need it. We have increased funding for case management services, and we have hired over 400 caseworkers since we formed government. We also have improved the tools and processes to reduce administration, allowing frontline staff to spend more time in directing services to veterans and their families. And if the colleague wants to have a conversation aside about the individual, we can follow up on that individual as well. But I can assure you, our government has been focused on veterans, and we will continue to do the work that we need to do to support our veterans and their families. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with Ukrainian leaders in Oshawa who are mobilizing to help anywhere and everywhere they can to bring humanitarian aid to Ukraine, but also to help their family members and friends come to Canada for refuge. Our government needs to do more to facilitate a speedier, safer pathway for Ukrainians to come to Canada. Oshawa is asking, what is this government going to do to allow Ukrainians to come to Canada visa-free today? Time is of the essence. Lives depend on it.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his concern for the well-being of Ukrainians seeking to come to Canada. I'm pleased to share that we started working on this important file in mid-January, and since the beginning of this year, there are now 6,265 Ukrainians who have already arrived in Canada. We're going to continue to prioritize any applications from Ukrainian nationals, and just yesterday I announced a new pathway that will make it easier, and it's the fastest and safest way possible for more Ukrainians to get here as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, we will leave no stone unturned, and Canada will be there to welcome Ukrainians fleeing this unnecessary and costly war of aggression.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, broadband connectivity plays such an important role in the economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Our government has committed historic amounts of investment towards connectivity, improving connectivity across the country. Yet 60,000 households throughout Newfoundland and Labrador are still struggling without reliable high-speed internet. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development provide an update to this House on the government's progress in delivering high-speed internet to my province of Newfoundland and Labrador and across the country? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and friend from St. John's East. I'm proud to collaborate with the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to invest up to $136 million to connect the rural and remote communities throughout the province. They're joining the governments of Quebec, Ontario, and Alberta as the fourth government province to sign agreements with us to deliver our goals faster. These investments are going to make all the difference in the world for kids doing their homework, businesses accessing new markets, and frankly, keeping in touch. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to connect all Canadians, and it's working.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, a shipbreaking facility has opened up in the community of Union Bay in my riding. This process involves the disassembling of large vessels, container ships, and barges for the extraction of raw materials, mostly for scrap. The lack of federal regulations to protect workers and the ecosystem are apparent and has caused huge concern from local residents, local government, and First Nations. While the U.S., EU, and other countries have signed on to international agreements, Canada is without these necessary protections. Will the Minister of Transportation commit to ensure facilities like these have strong standards in place to keep workers and the local environment safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague for this very important question. Our government has taken a number of steps to make sure our oceans and waterways are safe, including the Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessels Act. The International Maritime Organization has adopted the Hong Kong Convention, which aims to create new requirements for disposing and recycling of ships. Although the convention is not yet in force, Transport Canada is currently analyzing it in context of strengthening federal regulations, labor and environmental protection, and areas related to provincial and territorial jurisdiction.
And that does it for question period today. Eliane, rappel le règlement.
There's a point of order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, there were technical problems when there was the answer to my first question, so I'd like consent to ask the question again and to give the Minister the opportunity to respond.
En accord avec.
Just want to make sure everybody agrees that the member ask the question again. No? The Honourable. No objection? Okay. The Honourable Member. Before the war in Ukraine, we told the government that they could count on the Bloc Québécois. We're working with the Ukrainians to welcome families fleeing war. I support the emergency travel authorization, but the problem is that it's only going to come into effect in 2 weeks. And in the context of war, 2 weeks is too long. So the minimum that we can do is to ensure that there will be airplanes ready to transport families when it comes into effect. Will the government commit to do so? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question. My counterpart at the Bloc Québécois has also worked very closely with me on the issue of Ukraine. We are treating Ukrainian visas as a priority. Many Ukrainians have arrived in Canada recently, and I recently announced a new measure that would allow more of them to come to Canada more quickly and more easily. I will continue to work with my colleagues to facilitate the arrival of as many Ukrainians as possible to Canada.
Merci.
Thank you. We have another point of order.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
In our question period, we heard today repeatedly the Parliamentary Secretary for the Finance Minister state the carbon tax is revenue neutral. With the House's permission, I'd like to table page 17 and page 18 of the most recent Public Accounts, Volume 1, that actually show GST collected under the carbon tax was almost $250 million, and then an extra $98 million taken from the carbon tax distributed elsewhere. So it's not carbon neutral.
So we've heard the honourable member's motion to table the document. I'm not moving a motion. Will anyone say nay? Mary, nay. I can't proceed to that. Sorry. Another point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised this point of order with one of your, and this comes out of question period as well, with one of your counterparts a few days ago, and I still have not received a response. The Conservatives continue to use language, in particular when they're talking about inflation, that directly references the Prime Minister's first name. It's not debate. If I can finish that. It does not reference, it references the Prime Minister's first name. What we do know is that you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly, and it's very clear that they're trying to use his first name. So I would ask that either you rule on this now, Mr. Speaker, or you take it back and return to the House with a ruling at a later date.
I thank the member for the intervention. The Speaker has previously said that term should not be used. So there has been a ruling on it already. So I hope that satisfies for that point of order. Good. Daily routine. Tabling of documents. We had a point of order. Point of order, member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, arising out of question period. The Minister of Fisheries said that the Russian Federation is no longer the chair of the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization. Their website still lists them as the chair, and they are still listed on the commission.
Thanks for that intervention. It does sound like debate. Daily routine, tabling of documents, introduction of bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Supplementary Estimate C 2021-2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics entitled Supplementary Estimates C 2021-22.
Tabled. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled Desecration of Monuments Honouring Veterans. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. The first one is titled Proposed Acquisition of Shaw Communications by Roger Communications, Better Together. And the second one is entitled Affordability and Accessibility of Telecommunications Services in Canada, Encouraging Competition to Finally Bridge the Digital Divide. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, we ask the government to table a comprehensive report to both of those reports. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Barron, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Acts, Closed Containment Aquaculture. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
British Columbians understand that wild Pacific salmon are facing an emergency, one that threatens First Nations, coastal communities, commercial fishers, recreational anglers, and the entire ecosystem that relies on wild salmon. That is why I'm bringing forward this bill to ensure that Canada is protecting wild Pacific salmon and creating a real plan to move away from harmful open net pen fish farming. I'm proud to this bill calls upon the minister as well to develop a transition plan, a plan that recognizes that workers cannot be left behind during the transition to a more sustainable economy. I'm proud to follow in the footsteps of members of this House, including the member for Courtenay Alberni and the former member for Port Moody Coquitlam, Finn Donnelly, who have previously championed this legislation. Mr. Speaker, with the support of all members of this House, we can protect wild Pacific salmon and become leaders in closed containment aquaculture. Thank you.
Ms. Barron, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that this bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills, motions, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition that is concerned about Canadian companies that build in other places but contribute to human rights abuses and environmental damage in those places. They're calling on the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation to make sure that companies properly protect human rights and the environment, that there are appropriate consequences, and there's a legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Petition, the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present an important petition, E3573, calling upon the Government of Canada to support freedom, democracy, and human rights in Cuba. This petition was initiated by a local constituent of mine in my riding of Niagara Falls, and it is an honor for me as its sponsor to present it here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present e-petition 3784 with over 1,700 signatures signed by constituents in my riding of Yellowhead. The petitioners are calling on the government to appeal to Canada Post to rescind their mandated vaccination practices and allow all employees affected to be able to return to work without prejudice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise and table this petition on behalf of residents for Courtenay, Cumberland, Bowser, and Royston in my riding. And they're citing that 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders are volunteers. In addition, 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. The Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. This works out to a mere $450 a year. So they're calling on the government, Mr. Speaker, to increase the tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000 to help out essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across this country. They're calling in support of Bill C-201. And Mr. Speaker, it's timely because the PBO just released their report this week to cite that this would cost the taxpayers in Canada $40 million for 42,000 volunteer firefighters and first responders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition this afternoon from neighbours of mine in Kitchener. And they too are concerned with companies across the country that are contributing to human rights abuses and environmental damage around the world. And they call on this House to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would, among other items, require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, require companies to do their due diligence, and would result in meaningful consequences for companies that fail to do so. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a clear matter of international law that prisoners of war should be released when hostilities end. Petitioners in this case are following up the terrible 44-day war in the Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Republic of Artsakh, and noting the fact that there are still today Armenian prisoners of war that are detained by Azeri authorities. And various reports, including by Human Rights Watch, have detailed deplorable conditions facing these prisoners of war. So petitioners condemn this ongoing illegal detention of prisoners of war. It calls on the Government of Canada to do the same. It calls on the government to do all they can to advocate for the release of these captives. to also condemn ongoing incitement to violence, denouncing aggressive rhetoric from Turkey and Azerbaijan, and also provide humanitarian assistance to those who have been affected by this conflict. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I'll be tabling today deals with the important issue of firearms rights and firearms owners in my riding. Petitioners are objecting in the case of this petition to the backdoor gun registry that the government was working on with respect to Bill C-71 from a previous Parliament. And petitioners are very opposed to the government's approach with respect to firearms, targeting responsible firearms owners rather than targeting the gun smugglers and those distributors of illegal guns who are in fact the real cause of gun crime in this country. The next petition that I'm tabling is with respect to the situation of the Hazara community in Afghanistan, a minority community that was very hard-pressed even prior to the Taliban takeover, and their situation has obviously become much, much worse. And many Canadians are concerned about the failure of the government to move quickly on helping Hazaras and other minorities, other vulnerable Afghans, leave in the context of the Taliban takeover. This particular petition wants to see the government recognize particular past genocides of the Hazaras as acts of genocide, and also to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. The next petition I'm tabling highlights the humanitarian situation in Ethiopia, a great deal of concern about ongoing conflict in Ethiopia, in particular the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, calls for a stronger response from Canada, stronger international response. There are some elements of the petition, of the ask in the petition that are at this point out of date, but the conflict continues to be a source of concern for, I know, parliamentarians as well as petitioners, and the need is there for greater government awareness of it and intervention in support of human rights in Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling calls on the government to finally do something the House of Commons did a year ago, and that is recognize that Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims, other Turkic Muslims in China have been and are being subject to an ongoing genocide. Petitioners note in particular the use of forced sterilization and abortion as being contraventions of the Genocide Convention provisions around preventing births within a group. There is evidence to suggest that not just one but all aspects of the Genocide Convention have been contravened by the actions of the Chinese Communist Party, and the Government of Canada has an obligation in these cases as a party to the Genocide Convention not to wait for someone else's determination but to look at the facts and to respond accordingly. Petitioners want to see the government formally recognize this genocide and also to use the Magnitsky Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, to sanction those responsible for this heinous crime. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill S-223, a Senate bill that has now passed the Senate unanimously and is here before the House. Petitioners want to see this bill passed to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ that has been trafficked or taken without the consent of the person involved, and also to support provisions in the bill that would create a mechanism by which someone could be deemed inadmissible to Canada as a result of their involvement in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has been before this House or the other place in various forms for about 15 years now. Everybody agrees it's passed unanimously multiple times. It's time that this Parliament actually be the one to get a bill against organ harvesting and trafficking into law. And Mr. Speaker, the final petition that I'll be tabling today is with respect to the human rights situation in Afghanistan. I tabled previously a petition from the Hazara community. This one highlights the human rights situation of the Sikh and Hindu community in Afghanistan. And we know other minorities, religious minorities, ethnic minorities, have already faced challenges prior to the Taliban takeover and face significantly more challenges now. The government was asked in this petition to create a special program whereby these religious minorities could be sponsored directly to come from Afghanistan to Canada. Had we had that special program in place prior to the Taliban takeover, many of these members of this community would have been able to get out. Sadly, that didn't happen, but more action is still required to help vulnerable minorities in Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions? Anybody else? I will say this, though, congratulate the member on the new baby in his family, and it's good to see that it hasn't slowed him down at all. Question inscrite.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
There you go. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill. C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
At report stage of Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
And when we left it last time, we were into question period with the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the member for her speech. And Mr. Speaker, you know, we keep hearing about inflation. We hear about the housing crisis. You know, in my riding right now, Mr. Speaker, housing has gone up over 40% in value just in 1 year, especially in Port Alberni. People are being pushed out. We need non-market housing, Mr. Speaker. There's been several applications that have gone in to the federal government. The federal government continues to give them the shuffle. More and more people are displaced and people are homeless. Right now we've got an opportunity, a partnership of multi-stakeholders wanting to purchase a hotel in the Alberni Valley to house the hardest to house, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I might outline too that the Parole Board of Canada has written a letter of support for this proposal. They've outlined that there is not a single space for their clients when they are released from through the federal parole system for them to live. So that's very alarming, Mr. Speaker, and it keeps the cycle going of incarceration. So I'm calling on the federal government and the member, if the member agrees, that we should be investing quickly in non-market housing to address this need.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague for his question. Certainly, I agree that we are seeing concerns about inflation, food inflation, affordable housing, all due to the failed policies and the lack of action from this Liberal government. But what I don't understand is why the member and his entire party continues to prop up this government and support these failed policies that are causing inflation, that are causing this burden on people in his riding and mine as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good to see you in the chair. And I appreciate it. I thank my colleague for Sarnia-Lambton for her speech, her excellent speech. And I know that the member is well aware that the Canadian taxpayer is the ultimate responsibility for the ever-increasing $1.2 billion debt that this Liberal government is continually escalating. And the member also mentioned in her speech about the carbon tax and the ever-increasing financial impact of that. And I know she's aware, when we look at the prices of gasoline going up, even a 45-cent increase in gasoline that we've seen over the last 6 months amounts to a 3-cent per litre GST increase to the government, not to mention the $250 million in the GST that's being collected. So I'm just wondering if the member could say give us some of her thoughts on the impact of that GST and the carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I'm extremely concerned that at a time when we see especially seniors, people on a fixed income, really struggling to survive, that this government has put 3 carbon tax increases on, an increase in CPP premiums, the escalator tax on wine and beverages, and to make insult onto injury, that carbon tax comes with a tax on a tax. This is really crushing the ability of people to afford to live. I think it's outrageous that the government is doing that, and I would call on them to reverse the taxes that they've put in place already so that people can afford to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for one short question. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member commented earlier about us, the NDP and the Liberal working together. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is what it looks like. It's actually the Liberal Conservative coalition that cut and gutted the National Housing Strategy over 25 years ago. We've lost over 500,000 units, Mr. Speaker, because of the Conservative Liberal coalition to not invest in non-market housing, to come up with incentives for developers to build housing and profit from on the backs of people, Mr. Speaker, that need non-market housing. They need it right now.
Answer, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague for his excellent question. Well, certainly they do need help right now. And when we talk about affordable housing, we know it's supply and demand. And this government and their actions and their bills have not increased the supply appreciably. They've not kept foreign buyers from the market. They have not done anything to address the vacant buildings, and the measures in this act are small, but yet the member and his party are going to prop up the Liberals again and vote in favor of it. I don't understand it, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, rather.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Good afternoon and happy Friday to everyone as I begin to speak on Bill C-8. Before I do begin, I did have a chance to do a Standing Order 31 statement, and it was on the Ukraine. And I just want to say to Olena, who was the intern in my office as a part of the number of Ukrainian youth that come to Parliament. They haven't come for a couple of years now because of COVID and everything. My thoughts, my prayers, and all the prayers of all Canadians are with you and the people of Ukraine at this most very, very difficult period that you are going through. Rest assured, Canada, our government, are there for you and with you, not only today, not only tomorrow, but for all the days ahead, where the Ukrainian people can live in a free and democratic society, that liberal democracies throughout the world can ensure that liberal democracies throughout the world have their path for freedom and democracy for their individuals. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Le Président, liberal democracies are under attack because of Russian aggression. And we must go to the wall, as I say, in helping the people of Ukraine and making sure that they are able to have a free and democratic and prosperous future. So Elena, you are in my prayers. Keep sending messages on Instagram to me. I'll keep responding, and we'll keep being there as best as we can to you. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today and chat about Bill C-8 being debated. Again, this is another measure that our government has brought forward to ensure that we recover, that we continue to grow and come out of this pandemic even stronger, not only for our economy, but as a nation, as a people, that we come out stronger. Despite and in spite of what has happened in Ukraine, which has received a lot of attention, and rightly so, we are still fighting a pandemic here at home and globally, and our focus is multifaceted, but we still need to get that job done, and we will. And this Bill C-8 is a part and parcel of that. It's obviously part of our fiscal update that was tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021. And, Monsieur le Président, I know much reference has been made to affordability here in the House. And what I can say as a father of 3 children, as someone who lives in the Region de York, we're aware of this as of our government. The empathy is there, Mr. Speaker. We've cut taxes several times for middle-class Canadians. We've raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We will always be there for middle-class Canadians, hardworking Canadians. We will make sure that they can get ahead and that they have a better avenir pour leur famille.
That they have a better future for their family.
And tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, I look forward for whenever the budget 2022 comes down, because I know the focus of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister is ensuring that middle-class Canadians have a great future for them today and for their families tomorrow. And that is why I'm part of a Liberal team, and I've been a Liberal for many, many decades, and that I will continue to fight for middle-class Canadians to ensure that they have a bright and prosperous future. In December, the government released the Economic and Fiscal Update. The update provided important information about the government's continued support for Canadians and Canadian businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. Monsieur le Président, today I'd like to speak about one of the aspects of Bill C-8 that would implement measures in the update that builds on steps already taken to keep Canadians safe and help the economy recover.
Since the onset of this pandemic, the government has taken care of the safety and security of Canadians, and they've made it its absolute priority. At the same time, as the government concentrates on our economic rebound, we continue to invest in vaccines and in boosters while taking other important measures.
Effective ways to protect our families, communities, and ourselves from COVID-19. Vaccines are effective at preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death from COVID-19, including the Omicron variant. Mr. Speaker, we must say Canadians, unfortunately, even today, are still passing away from COVID-19 and the variant, and we must remain vigilant as a society and as a country. Today, Canada's immunization campaign has been highly successful, thanks to an effective procurement strategy, a strong and agile regulatory system, and clear and consistent work by public health workers and governments across the country. We're also protecting children by making sure that Canada has pediatric vaccines needed for children 5 and over to get their shots. We are also ensuring that booster shots are free for all Canadians, just as first and second doses have been. Des fabricants ont également mené des essais cliniques de...
We've also conducted clinical trials in children of all ages, for children under age 5, and we should be seeking regulatory approval in coming months. We want to encourage children to get vaccinated in schools, and this will protect children, teachers, school personnel, and parents.
We know, Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians have been doing their part by getting vaccinated. As of mid-January, 81% of Canadians aged 5 years and older have received their first 2 doses, with 41% of those 18 years and older having received their third or booster shots as well. In fact, Canada has the 4th highest vaccination rate in the G20 and 2nd highest in the G7. Canada's existing agreements with Pfizer and Moderna provide for enough vaccine doses for all eligible Canadians to receive first, second, third, and even 4th doses if necessary. The agreements also include options to procure vaccine adaptations, such as those to protect against mutations or variants of concern. And the government has also made investments to secure millions of booster doses for the years to come. Mr. Speaker, our government, the federal government, is also committed to a national proof of vaccination standard. All provinces and territories have already implemented proof of vaccination requirements, including a standardized pan-Canadian proof of vaccine credentials. L'exigence en matière de preuve de vaccination.
Evidence-based information is needed to protect countries, and it will continue to protect people from COVID-19. And it is essential to table viable vaccination proof internationally. The federal government is also working with its international partners to provide vaccine proof that is well known abroad. This will allow fully vaccinated Canadians to travel worldwide. To gather evidence, the government worked with other countries to establish standards for Canadian vaccination so that Canadians can travel abroad. Now, the government is setting aside funds to help provinces and territories to implement new programs for vaccination.
Economic and fiscal update. The government is committed to supporting provinces and territories in implementing a proof of vaccination by introducing a COVID-19 proof of vaccination fund. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-8 contains many measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the update. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-8 contains many measures to help Canadians and to help Canadians on an individual basis and on their businesses. One of the measures in Bill C-8 is on CEBA and extending the time period where individuals who have received payments from CEBA will be able to pay it back. And if everyone goes back to the pandemic, and sometimes we think, it's been 2 years and time has passed, the CEBA helped almost nearly 1 million businesses across this country from coast to coast to coast, as we would say. And that was a vital lifeline to many of our small businesses. It kept them afloat, helped them pay expenses, helped them pay some salaries, heating bills, so forth, and it allowed them to weather the storm that was COVID-19 that it continues to be, less so, thank God, as we move forward. Also, with regards to Bill C-8, our government has stressed the need for more affordable housing and measures to help on housing affordability, including a vacant tax, I believe. And there are very simple measures that we can do. I hope to see the elimination of blind bidding, which I know for me, in the area I live in, from the feedback I've received, is a big problem for many individuals. Having more certainty and bringing transparency, much like the Australian model, the UK model, to purchasing a home, I think would be a big step for middle-class Canadians and many of the middle-class Canadians that live in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, it's been great to speak about Bill C-8. I look forward to answering some questions and comments from colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Speaker, so I have a question through to my colleague on the other side that I actually brought up during the initial debate on Bill C-8, and it's trying to understand why the government chose September 21st, 2021 as the start date for the refundable tax credit for improving air quality and ventilations in these businesses. I have a business in my riding who, right out of the get-go, owned an arena, stood up as a field hospital to deal with the pandemic, to deal with the potential there, and they were very responsible in making those changes. Why are they out of pocket thousands of dollars? Why don't they qualify? It was hinted that it would be discussed at committee, and I don't think that change was made. So even if the member can't answer the question today, Mr. Speaker, I'd appreciate the government coming back and explaining the rationale of why September 21st, the day after the federal election, is when this tax refund credit is now effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Vaughan Woodbridge.
The honourable member.
Honourable colleague and friend from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for that very substantive question. I will answer. Obviously, I wasn't at Finance Committee in terms of if an amendment was put forward or if an amendment was not put forward by whether the opposition or the government on that side. What I will say is in Bill C-8, there are a number of measures that continue to help businesses, continue to help employers and Canadians on an individual basis. There's an improved tax credit for educators, the ventilation tax credit, as you mentioned. In terms of the start dates, whether it was September or another date, I'm not privy to the rationale there, but I know that the measures that we brought in have helped Canadian businesses and have assisted them weather the storm, and any changes on ventilation and stuff, which is very important for businesses, will continue to be there to assist them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague who talked about the immunisation campaign at the federal level, and I note that the federal government is far from being immune to butting into provincial jurisdictions. The constitutions originally reserved taxation to provinces. It is the only field of taxation where the constitution is still respected. That is, with regards to housing taxes, before they butt into provincial taxation, perhaps the provinces should give their go-ahead. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for his question. I would like to say that our government will be working very hard and very well.
All provinces across Canada, the Fiscal Federation during the pandemic, we were there to support the province of Quebec and Ontario on long-term care homes. On measures with regards to housing, obviously, there are taxation measures that are very prevalent and very relevant, to the federal government that we need to look at and we need to use, and there are tools available for us. Our goal is to help on housing affordability and affordable housing. We've done that with the National Affordability Housing Program. We're going to bring out a suite of measures that the Minister has been working on. and I look forward to seeing them. They were in our platform. Canadians voted for them, and we're going to see them in the coming weeks and months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you as Speaker.
Which I appreciate from the member for Vaughan Woodbridge mentioning the cost of housing in his speech. In Kitchener, he might know already, cost of housing went up over 32% in the last year alone. And he mentioned an interest in going further, being more bold. For example, the underused housing tax that's in this legislation is only for those who are not Canadian non-permanent residents. I wonder if on the topic of blind bidding, for example, he might be interested in sharing more about his personal views on how we could go further to address the housing crisis that we're in.
L'honorable député de Vaughan Woodbridge.
The honourable member, 30 seconds.
President. I would like to say to the honourable member from Kitchener Centre, I believe, on housing affordability, we must take bold measures. One of them will be the $1 billion plus National Accelerator Fund. We need to encourage municipalities to speed up the process of approving projects so we can get shovels in the ground faster. I always hear the comparison that in the United States they can go in 12 months or 8 months to start putting shovels in the ground. In Canada, it's much longer. We must break down the red tape and get more housing built across this country. In my area, prices are just remarkable what things are selling for. We need to get supply out there. It's multi-jurisdictional, and we will work together with all jurisdictions, all levels of government to get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome.
It's nice to see you in the chair. I'm deeply concerned about inflation. My friend and colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge just mentioned he's prepared to fight for the middle-class Canadian. I found that really interesting as I was listening to and reflecting on his comments, because Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are concerned about inflation. When we ask about this in the House, especially on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we hear inflation is a global phenomenon. The government is quick to look at everyone else and say, well, if we look at this G7 country, they struggle with inflation. If we look at this G7 country, it struggles with inflation. Despite repeatedly asking this government, Mr. Speaker, about a housing bubble, they won't even acknowledge that one exists. Look at everyone else, but don't look here. Let's remember what fuels inflation. More dollars chasing the same number or fewer goods. That is my concern. That was my concern yesterday. That is my concern today. And that will be my concern tomorrow. When we debate in this House, Mr. Speaker, the government flooding the Canadian economy with more money. So when I hear my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge talk about fighting for the middle class, I contemplate the middle class. I'd like to think that my upbringing was about as middle class as it comes. My parents were both Italian immigrants. My father worked at a sawmill after coming from Italy when he was in his teens. My mother stayed at home to raise us, and she went back to work just before I became a teenager. I feel that that's pretty middle class. I don't know how my family would have survived today. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we look at things like taxes, and taxes upon taxes, GST on top of a carbon tax. People have their CPP deductions, their EI deductions, their income tax. And I was very careful when I look at what the government puts out, Mr. Speaker, and I see increases in taxation, I get worried. And that's what I saw, 5% increase is my best recollection at the last economic update. So when we talk about fighting for the middle class, it's really irreconcilable when we see tax upon tax upon tax upon tax. And Canadians are just being asked to give more. Not just the people who can afford it, it's really everybody. The lower class, the middle class, and the upper class. This may surprise some, Mr. Speaker, but I do most of the cooking in my house, and I do much of the shopping in my house. So I'm keenly aware of the nature of inflation. I've watched prices go up. I try to be an astute consumer, as my dad taught me to be. But let's face it, people are now paying the same amount for truck that they did for ribeye just 1 or 2 years ago. I have butcher shops in my riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I'm very proud that they carry local products. One such butcher shop is called the Chop and Block. And I love that they carry products from just down the road, whether it be beef from places like Devick Ranch, for instance, things like that. And I've watched their prices go up. What was $35 a kilogram and was a treat for most people when it came to meat is now $50 a kilogram, and that treat is now out of reach. Chop and Block and butcher shops like it have often fed the residents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou at reasonable prices, but Mr. Speaker, those reasonable prices are escalating, not because Chop and Block wants to make a greater profit, but because their costs are going up, and those costs get passed on to the consumer. I'm deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to C8, and we're thinking about more spending and where it's going to go and how it's going to be evaluated and considered. The average Canadian will spend an extra $1,000 on groceries. Carbon tax is set to increase at 9 cents a litre come April 1st. Now, putting aside exactly whether you agree with a carbon tax or disagree with a carbon tax, the simple fact is this: gas will rise at 9 cents a litre on April 1st. That will amplify the already escalating cost on groceries. And that will, when groceries go up and goods go up, prices go up. So when I hear the government say we have a target of 2% per year with the Bank of Canada, well, a target is great, but how is inflation going to be reduced? The price of bacon has gone up. For me, most notably, the price of pasta has gone up. Not everyone is as fortunate as I am to have a backyard garden where I can make my own pesto sauce for pennies. Not everyone can pay the taxes upon the taxes. The fuel is surging, and I'm concerned about this. Mr. Speaker, I recently held an economic roundtable with businesses in my riding, and I plan to make this hopefully a monthly activity. I asked what was concerning them, Mr. Speaker. Here's what the constituents said from the businesses. We need more workers, period. So when we think about any stimulus spending, any further spending, anything that pumps money into the economy, we are worried when we see help wanted signs everywhere. People do need more workers. And inflation and carbon tax are making it difficult for businesses to get by. They also cited that bureaucracy and red tape for projects can be crippling, and that the CERB criteria was not specific enough and was therefore abused, and that impacted their employment prospects. These are all things, Mr. Speaker, that we need to consider when we think about spending more money in this House. We have repeatedly questioned the housing minister about a housing bubble. We've questioned the finance minister about a housing bubble. And I am yet, Mr. Speaker, to hear an acknowledgement of this. When we ask the minister about the housing bubble, Mr. Speaker, he talks about everything the Conservatives didn't vote for. I'll tell you, though, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians didn't vote for. They didn't vote for the average house going from $435,000 to $810,000 in the last few years. I didn't vote for that. Canadians didn't vote for that. Why don't we simply acknowledge this and say, what are we going to do to simply address this? I once wrote a paper about short-term payday loans. I talked about death by 1,000 financial cuts in that paper. At the time, I never imagined I would be in the House of Commons talking about this same principle of death by 1,000 small financial cuts. Canadians are seeing more and more of their paychecks going to government. This Prime Minister has spent $176 billion in new spending unrelated to COVID-19 pandemic. This was the Prime Minister who promised small, modest deficits. $10 billion here is where we're going to start, and that the budget would then balance itself. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker, It's easy for today's government to bring on debt. It's actually quite selfish to do so, especially when that debt is unnecessary. Let's make everyone happy, and we will spend. You want money? Here you go. But who pays? It's all of us who pay. Everyone pays income tax. Everybody pays this. So passing it on to the next generation is simply not the answer, and it doesn't make it the right thing to do. I have concerns about spending, I have concerns about housing, and I have concerns about inflation. These, I know that Bill C-8 has a lot to say. It's over 100 pages. These are some of my concerns that I wish to share with the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you in the chair and aspiring to a higher position. I want to thank the member for his speech, but just to put something in context, in my hometown of Conception Bay South today, a litre of gas is $1.91. So it is not cheap, you're right. But the member mentioned in his speech that the cause of inflation is too many dollars chasing too few product. So how do you get more product out there or less money out there?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly sympathetic to the people of Conception Bay at $1.91. I still remember when in Vancouver, when I was an undergraduate university student, them making room for the one in front of the zero, and that's not that long ago, and here we are. So I'm certainly sympathetic. When we talk about fewer goods or the same amount of goods, we have goods. And that goods generally, unless production can increase, that goods are going to remain the same. The concern I have is just with how much we spend. When government puts money into the economy, that's more money that's in the economy. And that more money chases the same number of goods. And as a result, supply, demand, whatever you want to call it, that fuels inflation. That's the point I was trying to make to the honourable member. Thank you for the question.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to first of all thank the member for his presentation here, and he's been a great addition since this Parliament began. I would like to just ask him a quick question in regards to what is not in this bill. At committee, the MP for Simcoe North brought forward an amendment that would, in fact, help the Prime Minister to keep his commitments to Canadians on housing. It would basically ban foreign ownership, purchasing of residential properties here in Canada. Now, we were able to get it on the floor to be spoken on, but it was Liberal members that voted against. I know that he's facing in his riding many of the same pressures as mine, and foreign ownership is part of that. Why does he think the government voted against its own commitment? Is it because this Prime Minister only cares about those votes at election time and has no intention to carry through on his promise?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Okanagan, Similkameen. I've learned a lot from him, as I have learned from members on all sides of the aisle. So I thank him for that. I'm not sure why the Prime Minister would have voted against this. This is a pretty clear-cut right thing to do. When we have foreign money coming in, it will increase costs. And not only that, when we talk about money laundering, when we talk about ill-begotten gains, that money can come in and it can be not only a mechanism of inflation, but it can also be a mechanism of laundering. So I'm not sure why the Prime Minister didn't take action on this, because it really would have been a multi-pronged approach to issues that are plaguing Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member spent much of his time in his intervention lamenting inflation and consumer costs with zero reference to the stagnation of real wages for workers. He lamented taxation on incomes, but he made no reference to the record profits that have been hoarded by big corporations, complete with ridiculous CEO compensations and shareholder dividends. So the honourable member has made lots of criticisms on this moment, but no criticisms on the capitalism that fuels it. Would he care to comment on the impacts of inflation as it relates to real working class people like the folks that I represent in Hamilton Centre?
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With the greatest of respect to the member from Hamilton Centre, I represent real working people as well. My riding has seen a record number of sawmills shut down. My riding is even complaining about not being able to find workers when we do have industries there. So with all due respect, I'm not sure that saying simply capitalism is the problem here. The problem here is that government is spending a lot more money, and if he wants to talk about the minimum wage, he should talk to his provincial counterparts. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, nous allons...
Resuming debate, we'll go online to the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Monsieur le Président. It's very nice to see you in the chair. Hope we'll see more of you there. It's a pleasure working with you in committee, but it's nice to see you in the chair today. It is nice to intervene with my colleagues today on C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Bill. But before I get to that, I would like just to acknowledge it seems rather appropriate of the devastation that we do see in Ukraine. It is heartbreaking what we see in Europe and the aggression, unprovoked aggression of the Russian Federation. The Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister in this government has my full support to continue to respond in the most harshest of terms. And I would support them to take an even more aggressive approach and look forward to the Canadian response, including increasing our humanitarian efforts and aid. Now, I've listened to many of my colleagues here in the chamber about C8. We studied the bill at committee. I take this job very seriously. On its face, there are many items in Bill C8 that seem rather reasonable, whether that's to support educators on an annual basis with increasing some tax relief, or to extend the COVID supports that we've provided to businesses and how we will procure additional vaccines in the future. There are other areas that I have significant concerns about, in particular, as they relate to the proposed housing tax and the carbon rebate that the government has proposed for farmers. However, before I turn to these issues, I would like to address an overall objection that I have to this bill. We are constantly being sent legislation to this House that has significant amounts of spending attached to it. And we are never told how it will be funded, because the assumption is that these bills will be funded with debt. The assumption is that there is no limit to how much debt that this country can absorb. And when we want to fund our programs, the answer is, well, just add it to the deficit. This is not sustainable, my fellow colleagues. I'm appealing to all of you today that we must hold the government accountable for its spending plans. If you agree with all the expenditures in the bill, that is completely fine. But unless the government's also going to propose areas where it will cut back in order to fund priorities, I cannot support this legislation. We are missing an opportunity to make priorities. You will have no objection from me on spending on the priorities that all Canadians rely on: healthcare, education, social support programs, including those programs for our low-income and most vulnerable members of societies, and of course, our seniors. We can't just keep piling on debt and pretend that there are no consequences for the future generations. On this basis alone, I am against the legislation, and until the government brings forward a review proposal to review its spending and how any new spending will be met with reductions in other areas, it will be hard to persuade me to support future bills. Until the government gets serious about priorities on where they would like to spend, and I think there's a reasonable debate we can have about what those priorities are, but where it would like to cut back, you will continue to see difficulty passing legislation through this House. I agree with a former Liberal leader who indicated it was hard to make priorities. That is right. And if you have 100 priorities, I submit that you have none at all. Colleagues, the Bank of Canada just 2 days ago raised interest rates. And it has projected it will raise interest rates many more times before the end of the year. The Parliamentary Budget Officer released a projection that indicates that the federal government, just the federal government alone, could see its interest payments on debt increase to $40 billion a year annually. That's $40 billion a year that we're not spending on healthcare, that we're not transferring to the provinces for education, that we're not thinking about growing an inclusive economy. A social democrat friend of mine recently told me that social democrats should care about fiscal responsibility because it means that then governments don't waste in some areas and so that they can spend in priority areas. Just think, colleagues, we could be having a debate right now about how we could spend $40 billion. We could be debating pharmacare, universal basic income, doubling or tripling the support for certain vulnerable groups in society. Or we could also be debating about how to provide much needed tax relief for Canadians, how to keep the burden of taxation low on families and individuals, especially in an inflationary environment. The Bank of Canada tells us the economy is robust. It tells us that the economy is operating at capacity. That also means new spending will have upward pressures on inflation. Many economists are recommending to this government that it review its spending and reconsider its proposals to introduce new spending plans, because at this point in the business cycle, new spending will have upward pressures on inflation. And we know the budget coming before us in a month's or so time will introduce new spending. Last year's budget introduced almost $100 billion over 3 years. And curiously, I submit to my colleagues, I did not see $1 additional added for healthcare. At a time when healthcare expenditures in provinces are going up without any end in sight, at a time in a pandemic when healthcare spending is of the utmost importance, this government has not shown an approach that would see an increase in the spending on healthcare. Now, as we turn to C8, specifically the two proposals I wanted to mention today that we had challenges with, one you've just heard in the recent intervention, the proposed housing tax for the underused housing tax for foreign purchasers or foreign owners. If we think that a 1% tax is going to have any impact on the purchasing behavior or increase the level of supply across this country, we are sorely mistaken. When an asset price rises by 30 or 40% sometimes in a year, a 1% tax is not going to change somebody's behavior. It won't deter money launderers. And so we put forward a reasonable amendment, which, by the way, was a campaign commitment of both the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party in the last election. That is to introduce a temporary ban, just provide a reprieve on foreign purchases of Canadian real estate just for 2 years. Now, the government is famous for making promises, but they typically make two kinds of promises. Those they intend to keep and those they hope that we forget about. Canadians want to know whether this is a commitment this government's now walking away from. Now, with respect to the carbon tax as it relates to farmers, I heard from farmers in my riding and across the country that the rebate does not go nearly far enough. Some farmers, I had one that sent me a bill, $13,000 just on carbon tax on natural gas to dry their product. We need to provide farmers with relief. They are the ones that feed our cities. They cannot afford additional taxes. A carbon tax is supposed to do two things. It's supposed to raise the revenue for the government. It's supposed to change behavior. But sometimes there are no alternatives to change behavior. And with prices going up on natural gas and fuel across the country and on Canadians of somewhere between 30 and 40% just over the last year, the carbon tax, the outcomes that the carbon tax is hoping to achieve are already being achieved. So this government needs to provide much needed relief to farmers, but it also needs to reconsider its raising of the carbon tax on April 1st of this year, because in and of itself, this is an inflationary pressure. I look forward to the questions and comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Simcoe North for both his speech here today, very thoughtful, as well as his work on the Finance Committee, where he did put forward suggestions to help the Prime Minister to keep his commitment to Canadians. Unfortunately, the government members rejected that. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about the fiscal policy that the member was raising in his speech. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has actually said that the government has underestimated its debt servicing for the fiscal year 2026-2027 by $6 billion. That's $6 billion that could take away from other important services that Canadians count on. Could the member please reflect with the Chamber on what the mismanagement of our finances in this way by underestimating what impact that could have on Canadians?
L'honorable député de Simcoe Nord.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Well, thank you very much to my honourable colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen. It's wonderful working on the Finance Committee. I'm learning a lot from him. With respect to the interest charges on debt, we absolutely need to worry about this. You know, one of the reasons or one of the justifications for the government spending using deficit financing early on in its mandate was that interest rates are so low. Don't worry, the interest charges are so low. Well, now we see challenges with interest rates going up. We know they're going to continue to increase. And now, as my honorable colleague has mentioned, we see that there's maybe $6 billion additional cost that otherwise was not considered. So where is that $6 billion coming from? Of course, we could continue to borrow the money, but eventually my grandchildren, who aren't even considered to be born yet, will be bearing that cost. And so I think we need to consider this very closely. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi James Nunavikeyu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his nice speech. Now, I have questions about social housing. You know, the provinces manage their own budgets, and when it comes to health and health transfers, why doesn't the federal government give enough money to the provinces? I think that the federal government is infringing on provincial jurisdiction and needs to be giving more money to the provinces to deal with these issues. Thank you. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much. Merci. Merci to my honourable colleague for that very good question. I agree with the honourable colleague. I think that the government is underfunding healthcare transfers to provinces. This government, the previous, when it ran in the election in 2015, this incoming Liberal government ran on a platform to increase provincial transfers, and it has not. In fact, what it's done is it's increased certain amounts of money, but then ties strings or puts some conditions attached to what that money can be used for. I would submit that the provinces know best where and how to use money that it receives from the federal government to provide services to its citizens. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you to this member, I welcome him to the House. I know he's a new member, and I was certainly a big fan of his predecessor. So if he's seeing him in the future, please pass along my hellos to him. You know, I brought this up a lot in the House. I'll accept the fact that this member may have not heard me speak of this, given that he's relatively new. You know, the price on pollution was not meant to be a revenue-generating item for the government. The price on pollution, all of the money goes back to individuals, goes back to farmers in many cases. It's intended to be a mechanism by which to change market patterns and market decisions that are out there. Will he at least not acknowledge the fact that of the money that's collected in the provinces that where the federal government has to do it, that money is returned back to those that is returned back to the public in various different ways.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I understand he makes a number of interventions, and I find many of them helpful because it allows me to answer some of these questions quite clearly, which is we wouldn't know whether all of the money that is collected because the government doesn't really, in a transparent way, show us this. And they also don't indicate the cost of administration for the carbon tax and rebate program that they've introduced. So I would welcome the opportunity to look at that. But let's remember, a carbon tax, if it is supposed to affect behavior and change the behavior of Canadians by increasing the price, what we've just seen in the last year with prices for fuel increasing by 40 to 50% in some cases, I mean, that's accomplishing what the carbon tax is supposed to accomplish. So the carbon tax is, in many ways, just redundant and salt in the wound for many Canadians who can least afford its increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on May 4th day of March 2022 at 12:20 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan, Secretary of the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor. Bill assented to Friday, March 4th, 2022, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19, Bill C-10. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la...
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received from the Governor-General. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of informing you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the bill attached to the schedule herein, March 4th, 2022. Sincerely, the Secretary to the Governor-General, Ian McCowan.
Projet de loi ayant reçu la...
Bills having received royal assent on March 4th, 2022. An act concerning certain measures related to COVID-19, Bill C-10.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always a pleasure to see you, and especially now that we're ending the week together. Of course, we'll be speaking about C8 today. It contains a number of budget measures, and we agree with most of them. You know, we at the Bloc Québécois support any bills that are in the interest of Quebec. There are a lot of fairly routine measures in here. There's also money for First Nations, which we support. So, generally speaking, we will be voting in favor of this bill because it is useful. But there's a portion of the bill that is concerning, and that has to do with housing and the housing crisis. I'm sure you know that there's been a pandemic and that pandemic has changed people's habits. Other colleagues have mentioned this as well. The price of housing has gone up significantly. Now, things are going to be reopening. We're going to be welcoming new immigrants into our economy, and we're certainly happy to welcome them, Mr. Speaker. We'll also be getting more foreign students coming to Canada. We know that all will be putting pressure on Canada's housing market and Quebec's housing market. We've said many times, Mr. Speaker, that we're now in a situation where the federal government has stepped back. From the post-World War period through 1995, there was good collaboration between Quebec and the provinces and the federal government. There was support for the construction of around 25 million new houses. And then we saw nothing for a period of probably 20 years. Now, that's not the fault of just one party. You know, the Liberals and the Conservatives both contributed to this problem, but we have a very significant housing deficit today. So then they came up with the National Housing Strategy, and they said that they would continue to build 6,000 units per year, which I should mention, Mr. Speaker, is not at all sufficient to fill the gap. But This is a program where they present a lot of numbers, a lot of money's moved around to a lot of different complicated places, but it doesn't really solve the problem. And things were complicated because in Quebec we lost 2.5 years because housing is supposed to be a provincial jurisdiction. That was confirmed to us when we studied the spelling committee. And yet, despite that fact, the Liberal government stubbornly insisted on imposing terms on Quebec. So again, that's federal spending power. The federal government holds the purse strings, and we can see that the prices are going up. Everyone is concerned. And, well, the government decides it's going to solve this by magic, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, this is fiscal microaggression. They say they're going to put a new tax on vacant or underused housing. Just a small tax, 1%. A tax that is very easy to get around. Now, I'm not a tax expert, but I can tell you that foreign people who own property in Canada could just send their children over spend a couple days in Canada and get around that through a loophole. Now, I've looked at reports from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Company and from other experts over the years. These are people who really know their stuff and who study the housing market. They look at it by region, by province, by metropolitan zone. And now you have the federal government coming in and saying, well, we're just going to throw on a blanket tax, 1%, the same for everyone, without taking into account the distinctions that should be made between different regional markets. You know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I feel like I'm the only person here who understands that Montreal isn't Vancouver. And it's a problem that people don't understand that. So we're in a situation now where this tax is going to infringe on the last bastion of provincial jurisdiction. A constitutional expert, Patrick Taillon, who's a professor at Laval University, came to the committee and told us that this tax, for the first time in history, as far as I know, he said, would lead the federal government to infringe on a type of tax issue that up until now it had left to the provinces and municipalities. So, Mr. Speaker, this expert said that the federal government had been wise to leave that to the provinces in the past. And the federal government wasn't wise very often in the past, but now it's certainly used up any remaining wisdom that it had. Now, this is a precedent, and it's a serious one, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the value of properties, you need to apply a percentage tax to it. That requires public servants and infrastructure. This was always managed by the municipalities. And once again, the federal government is unable, you know, when there's a crisis, when there's an opportunity, the government is unable to stop itself from infringing on provincial jurisdiction. History has shown that when the federal government decides to tax the provinces, it's often a one-way street, and Quebec ends up footing the bill. So I think that this is extremely serious. You know, during the election campaign, we had a debate in the city of Saint-Colomban, and the mayor was there. And that mayor said, just like mayors all across Quebec, that what we need is more tax revenue. We need to be able to manage our own infrastructure. A lot of municipalities have infrastructure problems due to climate change. And this mayor said, we can't only depend on property tax. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Property tax is all the cities have left. And now the federal government is stepping in and infringing on that too. They'll say it's only a small tax, of course, but it's the principle of the thing, Mr. Speaker. Professor Taillon told us in committee, this tax is very likely unconstitutional, and in the long term it will be ineffective as well. It won't do the job that it's supposed to do. So this is a mistake. And not only is it a mistake, it also shows a lack of respect to the province's tax jurisdiction, a lack of respect toward the Constitution, and a lack of respect toward our municipalities who don't want their jurisdiction to be infringed upon. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've had large-scale agreements between provinces, municipalities, and the federal government. And in fact, in the history of those agreements, we've even had arrangements where we could loan and exchange taxes. Some provinces say yes, some provinces say no. Quebec is typically against it, but there were bilateral agreements. And we're just asking for common sense and for agreements that respect the Constitution. At least the provinces who don't agree could then make their own policies, because Quebec is very much capable of making its own policy on housing. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and I'll have to blame you, as my colleague for Joliette did, blame the chair, that is, for having denied our amendment. Because we continue to believe that our amendment would have been a good solution for the provinces. So it's unfortunate that that didn't work. What we need is cooperation. And there's a real lack of cooperation on this point in the bill. Now, I'll just conclude by quoting Professor Taillon, who said that if cooperative federalism has any meaning, at the very least, it should allow the federal government to consult provinces and to implement policies that respect the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. Cooperative mechanisms should allow us to avoid federal infringement on the jurisdiction, and specifically property taxes. I could have said that myself, but I think the professor said it much better than I could in committee. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, and I appreciate the speech given by my colleague from the block here, and I just wondered if he could add a little bit of a comment in regards to the price of commuting and gas in Quebec, particularly Montreal and throughout rural Quebec, in regards to his familiarity with his home province, with gasoline having soared 33%, Mr. Speaker, natural gas up 20%. These costs, the food costs are climbing, with beef up 12%. Can he just reiterate to us his thoughts in regards to how this is impacting his home province as well?
Honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the price of gas concerns me and concerns my constituents. And this is just another example showing us that we need to accelerate the energy transition. People should be, if people consumed less gas, they would be less affected by these price increases. Unfortunately, geopolitics and the war in Ukraine are having an impact on the price of gas. But first and foremost, we need to avoid using geopolitical crises to be promoting dirty Western oil.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de New West.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I wanted to know if the member shares my opinion and the opinion of the NDP when it comes to the missed opportunity of the fiscal update last fall. It doesn't fix the cuts that were made to the health transfers. We saw cuts made under the Harper government, and the Liberal government perpetuated those cuts. That's regardless of whether we're talking about Quebec or BC, all across the country, people are having a hard time. So was this a missed opportunity? for the government to restore adequate healthcare funding. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I partly agree with my colleague. I think that we should be better funding healthcare and making sure that the federal government funds health transfers up to 35%. But I'll add a nuance. I'm very concerned about the federal government's infringement on provincial jurisdiction. And in many ways, I disagree in which the NDP's proposal for this funding, which would involve even more infringement. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his very good dynamic speech. My question has to do with the tax on underused housing. Patrick Taillon told us in committee that it was probably unconstitutional and that it would end up before the courts. Mr. Taillon also said that Ottawa would have set up infrastructure to deal with this property tax and then would be using that infrastructure in the future. So what are his comments on that? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. What I find funny is that the Liberals say that it's in their program, but I'm really shocked. But that isn't really in the program, because I don't think they realize this, because when we do establish tax infrastructure, everything always seems permanent. Nothing is more permanent than a small tax. It will have a permanent effect, and it should be very concerning. And I think this is the case for my colleague from Joliette. Before we move to the next stage, I'd like to tell members that there will be 1 minute of questions when we come back to our debate. As it is now 1:31, the House will now look at private members' business according to the order established.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, consideration at second reading of Bill C-235, Building a Green Prairie Economy Act, standing in the name of Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moves that Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You don't plan in life to win the lottery, but when you do, you are left with decisions about how to take advantage of your good fortune. I thought long and hard about how I would use it to come up with a private member's bill that was an extension of so much of the work I have done across the prairie. Building a Green Economy in the Prairies Act was inspired by reflections over decades. The first was in my own province of Manitoba. In the 1980s, the $200 million Core Area Initiative program shaped the interests of the governments of Canada, Manitoba, and Winnipeg into a common agenda. The three levels of government, through their senior representatives, met often to work to align their policies in the interests of rehabilitating and renewing Winnipeg's core. Almost $200 million were invested through this format. It was successful and well regarded by the citizens of Manitoba. More recently, during the first months of the pandemic, it was notable how much Canadians appreciated governments collaborating, cooperating, coordinating their agendas around the common interest, the public interest, to achieve shared goals. Canadian federalism is strong and flexible, but it cannot be taken for granted, Mr. Speaker. This bill was developed by placing these thoughts side by side and applying to them the economic development of my own region, the prairies. This bill gives the Minister of Industry, in consultation with the Ministers of Natural Resources, Finance, Environment and Climate Change, and the Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada, a mandate and a statutory framework of consultation with provincial governments, First Nation and Métis governments, municipal governments, businesses, and their employees and civil society itself. to prepare for significant changes in federal public policy, adapting to the new reality of how we produce energy, how we adapt to the new reality of using that energy, and how we prepare for the changes to the energy environment worldwide and in our own communities. We know that the prairie provinces are going to be especially impacted by climate change and the policies implemented to combat it. Traditional industries will take on a far different look, and we have already evidence of that. Leaders in the corporate sector are changing their strategic plans to adapt to a reduced reliance on fossil fuels and investing in other sources of energy. We have many examples of this. In my home riding of Winnipeg South Centre, we have startup companies who recognize the growing importance of carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and are developing prototypes to build this technology on an industrial scale. Alberta is already the largest hydrogen producer in Canada and recognizes their role in bringing this cleaner, low-cost energy to the rest of the prairies, Canada, and the global market. We see the evolution of the small modular reactor technology, and we know that if Canada is going to meet our objective of net zero emissions by 2050, we must rely on a wide variety of energy sources. Mr. Speaker, for a few hundred years now, we have grown food on the prairies to feed ourselves and to feed the world. Increasingly, it is evident that what we grow on the prairies can also fuel the world. The pace of innovation in the biomass supply chain means that very soon we may be able to do just about anything with a bushel of canola that we can do with a barrel of oil. The bill recognizes this and knows that to implement these policy objectives, our chances of success improve if there is cooperation among the levels of government and those who create wealth. In Canada, we talk about the distribution of the nation's wealth, and these discussions are critical. We should also talk about wealth creation, something that we don't do much about because we're so focused on how we're going to spend the bounty of our nation. Take childcare as an example, Mr. Speaker. It is both an economic and a social policy. We know that the prairies are struggling with other difficult circumstances, and I can use transportation as an example. Anybody who has tried to get from one part of the region to the other over the last number of years will know how challenging it has become. Train service has been dropped. A train has not run between the cities of Calgary and Edmonton since 1985. Bus service has been curtailed across wide sections of the prairies, making life more difficult, particularly for seniors living in rural communities. Let's review this, discuss it, debate it. The bill emphasizes this. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a new way of doing business as a nation. Many of the elements and the aspirations of the bill are already here, but not because they are mandated or obliged to happen. Rather, it's because a particular minister or a group of MPs or a premier or a mayor has an idea that cooperation would be a good thing. This bill does more than make suggestions. It gives the Minister of Industry and the federal government 18 months to establish this framework after deep and meaningful consultation with those mentioned in the bill, and it demands a reporting to Parliament. The intention is to focus the ministerial mind to make that kind of consultation and coordination easier because it must happen. It mandates collaboration, cooperation, and relationship building. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about jurisdictional overreach. It is clear that these policies are within the federal jurisdiction, but must consider local circumstance and continuing dialogue with local governments and with businesses and workers who, after all, are best positioned to understand the consequences of changing policy on the way they run their governments or their businesses in an ever-changing landscape. Indigenous nations are partnered because their interests are integral to the success of the entire region and the entire country. Not only does our Constitution demand this, but we know that development of resources across First Nation, Métis, and Inuit land require these conversations to be meaningful from the start. Though the bill is succinct, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is full of possibility and ideas that span a wide range. I am optimistic, springing from spending many months as the minister responsible for the prairie provinces, talking to decision makers and regular folk across a vast range of interests. I was working on my little computer on the second floor of my house. That gave me the scope and the capacity to cover a lot of ground. I remember one day I chatted with people over breakfast at the Calgary Chamber of Commerce before moving on to a visit with canola producers and then ranchers. After this, I talked to people who are in the power business in Saskatchewan and Manitoba before leading a roundtable with First Nations and Métis community and business leaders. I was in touch with the heads of unions and other associations too. I was able to do this in a single day because I didn't have to get on a plane. Having the ease with which to stay in touch with so many people was a great advantage. Mr. Speaker, what I found was that there are very few stereotypes that hold water. And in any case, stereotypes are barriers to progress. Do colleagues know that Professor Michael Houghton at the University of Alberta, PhD, Nobel laureate, was recognized for his work combating hepatitis C and vaccinations. The prairie is absolutely full, Mr. Speaker, of biolife scientists in each of our provinces. So when you think of the prairie, when you think of Alberta, I want you to think of Nobel Prize winners. I want you to think about the cutting edge of research. I want you to think about feeding the world. And I was struck over the course of those days, or of several days, of how much community of interest I found across the great diversity and expanse of the prairie. In perspective, in topography, in geography, it is a vast region. And what I found was that you can find common ground if you seek it. I was often delighted and encouraged by the degree of agreement that I saw and that played out as we moved closer and closer to a whole variety of decisions. The time for a bill like this one is now. It takes what we have already accomplished across this special part of our country and builds on it. I am hopeful that this bill will tap into the aspiration that the country should unite and around shared objectives and values. The bill recognizes that what we have more than the bounty of natural resources and what we have been so adept at developing, but we have in this generation young people who understand the urgency of climate change, sophisticated in their thinking, who see the economic opportunities that building a new prairie economy will provide for them as they choose career paths over the next 10, 20, and 30 years. We want our young people across the prairie to thrive in the region, to have a prosperous and secure future. We want the energy infrastructure we have today to help us move along to the next generation of energy development. Clean, sustainable, and marketable. Without question, the region will be very attractive to those looking to invest in the new economy. Mr. Speaker, though the prairies are the region I have chosen because this is the region where I live and the one most impacted by changes in the energy world. But I am certain that this bill provides a template, a way of building relationships and of doing business that would be relevant to any other region of Canada. Therefore, I am encouraged, excited, optimistic, about how we can strengthen our federation in ways we have strived to achieve as a nation for decades. With this framework, mandated by a statute passed by the majority of members of the House of Commons and the Senate, I am confident we will have ushered in a new era of cooperative federalism and a dynamic moment for Canadian democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Second the bill brought to us by the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. Just as a short note, he and I first worked together as board members on the International Institute for Sustainable Development, on which board the parliamentary secretary seated near him also served. So I support the bill. I look for some amendments taking place at committee. Particularly, I think the Minister of Agriculture should be referenced, and the honourable member will know I'm not enthusiastic about the inclusion of nuclear industry, but I see this bill as really a template for coordination, for sustainability, and for the transition to a green economy. I just want to ask him if he's open to amendments when we get this bill to committee.
Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
The short answer to that question is yes. I would like to remind the member that we go back maybe 30 years through a whole bunch of different issues, venues, challenges, and I have a great respect for her perspective and her integrity. One of the great advantages of having lived a while is that you learn that you don't know everything. So if I would have said, no, I won't consider an amendment, that would have assumed that I know more than everybody else. And everybody knows, Mr. Speaker, that I don't.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech and for his bill. Two questions quickly for him. He referred somewhat in his speech to the place of provinces in the creation of all this. And secondly, what are the safeguards that will allow the government to take account of this report so that it just won't be tabled by the government and forgotten?
For Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish I had that authority. You know, you do your best. You make an argument, you bring people to your argument, and then you hope that others in position of influence will buy the argument. But what this bill does require is a reporting back to Parliament. And that's what's different about this. And that's where I find hope.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre, which is the riding where I grew up. And the approach that I saw in this bill was the prairie approach of collaboration. I'm reflecting on what we've learned in COVID about isolation versus collaboration and how this bill could help to bring government together, but also to bring Canadians together. Could the honourable member comment on that, please?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend and my fellow Winnipegger for his question. Although I stayed in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, I want that to be made clear. The best way to talk to people is to be respectful of their point of view, even if it's different from your own. And what this bill seeks to do is to reach out as broad as the region itself in order to find those areas where we can find agreement and alignment. And when we do that, and as we are successful in defining that alignment, we really will change the world.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Winnipeg South Centre for his visionary remarks and presenting this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, the Lake Winnipeg Prairie watershed extends from the Rocky Mountains to the Manitoba-Ontario border, touching 4 U.S. states. It is the Prairie watershed, and as the honourable member knows, we have had floods, 2 major floods, the worst drought in 70 years. I wonder if he can offer us some reflections on how this cooperative framework can assist in protecting and managing our water resources.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows, because he spent most of his adult life trying to wrap his arms around water. Imagine that for a minute. And the jurisdictions that are inherent in the Lake Winnipeg issue. It's across, I think it's 4 provinces, a number of states across an international border. And what's required in trying to make sense of all of those interests is to have a common goal. And the common goal is to clean up that water. And I know that my colleague will have an integral part in making sure that that's a success.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the member for Regina, Leuven, and colleagues right across Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, I'll respond to Private Member's Bill 235 from the member for Winnipeg South Centre. I first want to say that I really respect the member, and I enjoyed working opposite to and constructively with him. But most of all, I am sincerely heartened to see him here and in good health. My own background is, of course, a rural prairie one. I grew up near a village of about 200 people. My husband and I live and raise horses, where he grew up a mile west of a town of fewer than 1,500 people. So no matter where I go or what I do, I'm always a rural Alberta farm girl at heart. As an MP, I've fought nonstop for farmers, farm families, for oil and gas workers, for responsible resource development, for rural and Indigenous communities, and against burdensome government red tape, taxes, and barriers to rural life. I'm grateful to our interim leader for her friendship, counsel, and confidence, and for the opportunity to focus on rural economic development and rural broadband in the months ahead. Right off the top, let me share the general view of prairie residents, and especially rural people, and in Lakeland. The federal government in Ottawa is very far away, very expensive, very slow to respond. It doesn't get the realities or the priorities of prairie life. And the very best way the federal government can help the prairies to develop and diversify their economies, to create jobs, and to reduce emissions is to get out of the way. We're already doing it. I know this member is sincere in his intentions to increase collaboration between all levels of government and Indigenous communities, but it will instead add the very kind of layer of bureaucracy that often stifles economic development initiatives or private sector projects and partnerships and investments in the first place. A framework to enhance consultation sounds commendable. The reality will be a complex bureaucratic process spanned across 3 provinces and at least 5 federal government departments, dragged out over a year and a half just to create a plan that is likely to mostly feature predetermined federal Liberal government ideology and goals. And while effective and timely collaboration doesn't always happen in practice, this attempt to create yet another layer of red tape is and ought to be unnecessary. There's nothing stopping federal and provincial ministers and existing departments and public servants from working together on any and every policy area that overlaps and impacts each other. Already, the fact that an MP thinks it's necessary to legislate such practice is really actually an indictment on the status quo of current governments and politicians, and maybe even senior levels of departments and regulatory bodies. I think most Canadians expect that this sort of work is already happening regularly and shouldn't take a new law and a long drawn-out process to get it done. As someone who's worked in a provincial public service, primarily focused on energy, environment, and economic development policies and issues, I could say firsthand that it's eminently possible and reasonable for public servants to work in cross-departmental and cross-provincial capacities with the federal government, along with a variety of private sector and Indigenous partners, and to achieve real outcomes. A federally imposed, top-down, drawn-out, legislated bureaucratic process is not necessary and is most likely to be long on meetings, procedures, and reports, but short on deliverables, outcomes, and actual economic or environmental results. Instead of accepting that yet another legislative and administrative heavy framework is what's required, it seems to me ministers, departments, and each level of government should demand better and do better. I believe that timely accountability is what most Canadians expect too. On top of that, frankly, I think what the member is trying to remedy in his bill is already happening in the provinces to which it applies. It seems to be a solution in search of a problem. Most notably in the prairies and across Canada, provinces have created and already implemented working plans to reduce emissions and enhance environmental protection, programs both to enable more R&D and innovation, to advance energy technologies and energy efficiency through seed funding or private-public partnerships, and specific programs designed to increase Indigenous participation and economic opportunities, both as partners and as owners, by increasing the capacity for Indigenous and Métis communities to participate in regulatory processes, and to advance economic reconciliation by enabling Indigenous people to secure more significant long-term economic opportunities to build legacies of prosperity and self-sufficiency for future generations through increased access to capital. The duty to consult on major federal resource projects or related infrastructure is, of course, an explicitly federal responsibility, and it should focus on getting that right. Therefore, it seems to me that an obvious unintended consequence of this bill is that it could actually undermine the extensive work already being done across the country, and particularly in the prairies, already leading the way by municipal and provincial governments, Indigenous communities, utilities, and the private sector. Instead of this, Ottawa knows best approach to formalize oversight across 3 provinces and to federally wag the dog on their respective approaches to environmental stewardship. The federal government would do well to identify all the ways in which federal programs, rules, and taxes overlap, duplicate, contradict, and add costs and administrative burden to entrepreneurs, resource developers, and farmers. The federal government would do better to listen to private sector proponents and Indigenous communities who say the regulatory burden Liberals have created in Canada is politicized, onerous, punitive, and driving away billions of dollars in projects and hundreds of thousands of jobs in the very sectors this bill focuses on because it's disproportionate from competitor jurisdictions and economies that nothing can get built here. The federal government would do better to listen to innovators and fix the major problem in Canada they call the Valley of Death, where years of risk-taking, innovation, collaboration, creativity, inventiveness, research and development, and money go to die before ever making it to real commercialized, usable, feasible technology in Canada, so innovators are going elsewhere. The federal government must maintain high standards in its key areas of responsibility, obviously, but otherwise should get itself out of the way of local and provincial governments that know their jurisdictions best, and out of the way of private sector proponents, entrepreneurs, and innovators who know their sectors best. And let's face reality. It's safe to say the majority of the people in the prairie provinces, where the major economic drivers are agriculture, mining, and gas and oil extraction, home to 62% of employment in Canada's ag activities and food processing and 19% of Canada's resource-based employment, are rightfully skeptical and suspicious about this particular federal government's intentions and actions. Because the Liberals' high-taxing, anti-energy, anti-resource development, anti-private sector legislative and regulatory approach has killed pipelines, driven away multi-billion dollars worth of business and Indigenous partnered projects in oil mining, natural gas, and LNG development, and initiatives for more Canadian resource exports, has stuck $20 billion worth of resource and critical infrastructure proposals on idle in their cumbersome and prohibitive by design regulatory framework, where the point really should be efficient, transparent, fair, objective, and evidence-based due diligence and consultation while maintaining Canada's world-class standards, not checking off boxes with ever-changing rules over years, and then not actually being certain a project can go ahead if it does get the green light. All of that has really done more to stifle innovation, R&D, technology advancement, and economic development and diversification in the prairies than anything else. And this, of course, is at the heart of the matter. It's the fundamental difference in the worldviews and the approaches between Liberals and Conservatives, and perhaps really between Ottawa and the prairies. The most significant private sector investors in clean tech and emissions reduction, in new renewable and alternative energy technologies, in solar, wind, green hydrogen projects, and others are existing oil and gas, oil sands, and pipeline companies. All kinds of government bodies at all levels, utility companies, are currently shoveling millions of tax and ratepayer dollars into pilots for what they call the energy transition. But in real terms, with real outcomes, it's actually the private sector, energy and resource companies that have long been leading efforts on emissions reduction, technological adaptation and mitigation, energy efficiency, and environmental stewardship and remediation without risking billions in tax dollars. While it's also true that initial academic and government partnerships with seed funding and favorable regulatory approaches were important to starting major developments that benefit all of Canada and spin off employment in multiple other sectors like the oil sands. This is 100% true in agricultural industries and among egg producers too, so it's strange that this bill doesn't actually include ag at all. And I notice this is a PMB 7 years in, so one wonders how much of a priority it is to the government. The fact that the heavy lifting and real leadership in emissions reduction and green technology advancements come from the private sector shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but this federal government does often seem to be unaware and stifles the very work and outcomes it says it wants to achieve in favor of top-down, high-cost, complicated, low results, big government. People on the prairies, and especially in Lakeland, Mr. Speaker, are not inclined to welcome the "I'm from the government and I'm here to help" mentality, and for many, many good reasons. So, notwithstanding this respected member's goodwill and positive aspirations, Conservatives will oppose Bill 235. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I took great pleasure in reading this bill tabled by my honourable colleague. It's a bill of which the intentions are sincere. And I would like to commend him for this bill. It was very interesting to read. Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks of concentration and intensification of our economy's diversification. We need a concentrated economy, especially in provinces that produce highly polluting resources. It has an effect on those provinces and on the rest of the country in Quebec. We know that an Albertan, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, emits 6 times more than a Quebecer. Someone from Saskatchewan emits 7 times more than a Quebecer. This is significant. There's also a question of resilience. An undiversified economy is a less resilient economy to shocks, to recessions, and to geopolitical ups and downs, Mr. Speaker. It's also less resistant to pandemics. There's also the question of dependency. When too much of our economy is concentrated on one single resource or a single group of resources, we become dependent. Oftentimes, Conservative colleagues take pleasure in saying, "Oh, Quebec and other provinces, you're dependent on equalization." But the biggest dependence in our country is Alberta's dependency on oil. One example. I examined Alberta's budgets of the past. I like delving into public funding and financing. And usually there isn't a lot of suspense. But it was really fun reading Alberta's budget this year. The forecast from the previous years meant that for 22-23, we thought that Alberta would have a deficit, $11 billion almost, Mr. Speaker. And all of a sudden today, the government there is a genius when it comes to public financing. They suddenly have a $500 million surplus. Do you know what happened, Mr. Speaker? When you examine the difference between the two different numbers, what happened is royalties increased by $8 billion on oil, which magically reduced their deficit by 70%. If there was an added value tax, as is the case in most industrial parts of the world that tax as you're meant to, then there wouldn't be a deficit at all, like in Quebec, like in other provinces, and like in Europe. So yes, we have to diversify, of course, but even more than that, Mr. Speaker, economic concentration can be calculated. We have indicators. I won't go into the details, but these indices exist. And when you look at the concentration of Albertan exports, the index is 7 times higher, 6 times higher based on year than the index of Canada as a whole, Quebec and Ontario. Latest data comes from a few years ago, 2017, but the member for Wellington Halton Hills talked about a report from 2015 to say that we need more oil production, so it's all fair game. Yes, we have to diversify, of course. And since I arrived here as an MP, I've taken great pleasure in the fact that people have been speaking about diversification. from our neighbours have talked about it, for example. There's an issue in Western public financing and public budgeting. They need money, more oil. If there's a job problem, no, let's not diversify. Let's just go full on again with more oil. Climate change, that's a problem. What's their solution? Well, let's just make more, let's produce more oil, and perhaps in 70 years, when oceans will have gone up by 3 centimeters, then finally we'll be able to sequestrate greenhouse gases. It's rather confusing, Mr. Speaker. Now, more seriously, let's be serious. The conflict in Ukraine was used as a justification to build pipelines that will take 10 to 15 years to build. No, we're not talking about Keystone XL. We're talking about other pipelines. They're trying to sell us that through the Ukraine crisis. I'm a relatively new MP, and I would like to commend my constituents for having voted me in. Parliament is a rumour mill. We hear things in the corridors. We hear secrets in the cafeteria, for example. And what I've heard, Mr. Speaker, is that in the Conservatives want oil to enter the Canada Food Guide. That would stop us from having a food crisis. Okay, so will it be in fruits and vegetables? Will it be in meats? I think it's probably going to be under dairy. And people will put it in their cereal in the morning. But there will be a leadership race, and no doubt they'll decide where it is in the Canada Food Guide at that point. Let's be serious, however, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an interesting one. It's one that says that in the first 18 months after its adoption, relevant ministers and stakeholders will have to meet and make recommendations and think. And it's an intelligent process, Mr. Speaker. We recognise that this report must be tabled in the House of Commons for MPs, and then the process will have to be redone every 5 years. But together, we can't just do with these reports what we did with other reports, like the report from the IPCC. The government reads it for a day, leaves through it, and then just chucks it in the bin. The Commissioner has pointed the government out. We've asked questions to the government, and the government seems to simply be commending itself. We have to do more of these reports. We mustn't just be here to say, well, we're going to pay for diversification with more oil and gas. Much more research has to be done in Alberta, and there is research excellence in Alberta, but we have to fund it through something else than oil. Alberta has to be made less dependent on oil. We've seen how vulnerable they are. When oil goes up, it's party time. When oil goes down, then it's a catastrophe. When it goes well, there's a surplus. When it goes badly, then what will they do? They'll just extract some more to compensate. It's like nicotine, Mr. Speaker. When you don't have enough nicotine, you smoke more. And when you smoke more, you just simply can't stop. You're addicted. And so I hope that in the process that will allow us to think about this bill, we will be in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we will be able to be constructive. We can move forward, we can look forward, and we no longer invest in industries of the past. We have to be more than in a situation where we think about just the 10 next years and we invest in a declining industry. Canadian industry has shown us that this has not always been easy. Of course, with the Pearson government, Canada's policy meant that, well, the Conservatives talk about oil prices. It's very interesting to them. But they were selling oil higher than global prices at the time, and that's the money they used to invest in tar sands. In 2009, the Harper government said, hey, we're going to eliminate inefficient subsidies to oil. We didn't know what that meant, but that doesn't even matter because they did nothing. In 2015, since the Paris Accord, our banks invested $609 billion. $609 billion from our money, from our savings in projects in the field of oil and non-renewable energies. $94 billion for coal. Mr. Speaker, we are in the 21st century and we're still talking about coal. It's as if like we're back in the Victorian ages. There are solutions, there are industrial solutions. This has to be consensual, but here at the Bloc Québécois, we have made a great number of proposals for green funding because transition has to be cost-friendly. Investors need to be incentivized to invest in new energies. You can use taxation, you can use taxation on you can use savings, you can increase transparency with banks. I want to know if my bank invests my savings in dirty oil. I will make my own decisions, but I just want to know. We could talk about pension funds, bonds that invest our pensions for the next 30, 40 years in this industry that is dying. We're talking about standards that could be implemented for crown corporations. So there is something to think about. There are many things to think about. And I've read this bill. I was very interested when I was reading it, and I sincerely hope that something will come of this, something constructive will come of this for the future of the people out west. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Elmswood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-235. I think, it is clear that we need better cooperation between the federal government and the provinces and the territories in order to get serious about climate action. How do we know that that's the case? Well, we know that's the case because we haven't seen serious climate action. We just haven't seen our governments rise to the occasion and make the investments that we know we have to make in order to be able to have Canada do its part to lower its greenhouse gas emissions. And so clearly there's a need for conversation. So it seems difficult to oppose a bill that sets up a framework for that conversation and a mechanism to report out on that. I think it was interesting listening to the member for Lakeland. I think we have a very different take on the central message of this bill. I don't see this bill as an Ottawa's knows best bill. I think this bill is an admission that Ottawa doesn't know enough about how to take serious action on the climate change file. And I think that's a real disappointment to a lot of people that have been looking to governments, including the federal government, for leadership on climate action since the government was elected in 2015, promising that it would do exactly that. And, I think it's worth remarking on the fact that this is a bill being presented now by someone who's been a central player in that government, a former minister of natural resources, a former minister of international trade. I think if there's a disappointment in the bill, it's that there's no clear indication as to what kinds of projects we should be moving forward on as a country. Clearly, there's conversations that need to happen in order to be able to co-determine those priorities along with other jurisdictions. But the fact that we have somebody who's been a central player in this government for over 6 years now, that's been in power, whose main suggestion is to get the conversation going, I think is a real testament to the fact that Canada is not where it needs to be, and that this government hasn't lived up to the promises that it ran on in 2015, ran on again in 2019, and ran on again in 2021. I think the fact that, they went from having a comfortable majority in 2015 to just kind of hanging on by their fingernails in 2019 and then again in 21 is a testament to the fact that Canadians are watching, and they know that this government hasn't made good on its commitment to take serious climate action. So by all means, let's carry on this conversation. By all means, let's have some public reporting out so that there can be some accountability. But I don't think we can pass over in silence the disappointment at not having some concrete ideas about how we get there as a country. There are things that it would be nice to see the federal government and provinces and territories agree on in terms of investments. I look to our own region, and the region that's indeed the subject of this bill, Western Canada. And I think about some of the conversations that have happened and various reports that have been published about the possibility of a Western Canadian power grid, something that's about more than simple transmission between provinces, but actually trying to have a coordinated system of generation, transmission, and distribution, so that provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan, who have an enormous potential for solar and wind energy, can benefit from having neighbors in BC and Manitoba who have an abundance of hydroelectric power that can be used to even out the generation cycles of those other forms of renewable energy. That could be a massive benefit to Canada in terms of lowering our own greenhouse gas emissions. It's also a project that can create a lot of employment, both in the building and then on the ongoing maintenance and operation of the grid. And so, a lot of Canadians look to pipeline projects as a place to create construction jobs and to create ongoing jobs. But we can do that with a renewable energy infrastructure as well. And so 6.5 years of government by the Liberals and no real progress in terms of championing a large infrastructure project like that, I think is a real missed opportunity. And we're just running out of time to keep missing opportunities. So we need to get serious about selecting some of these opportunities. We need to get serious about investing in them. And we need to get serious about investing in them not as a kind of like one-off pilot or a little project here or there, but we really need a plan for the next 10, 20 years on how we're going to create sustainable infrastructure in Canada. That's important, not just in terms of having a sense of how we're going to do on our greenhouse gas emissions. It's important for work forecasts. That's what gives Canadians confidence that they're going to be able to go out and get a job if they're employed in the industries that build and maintain our critical infrastructure of this kind. It's also really important when we look at a stubbornly high unemployment rate and we're going to talk about training. We need to talk about training, but we need to know what work is going to be there in the next 10 to 20 years. And certainly there's a lot of work that's going to be there just as a product of demand in sectors like, housing and other places. We're going to continue to need tradespeople, but there's an opportunity here to lay out some ambitious projects on a timeline that allow companies and other actors in the sector. I think of my own union, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, that does a lot of good work in training electricians for the workforce. Having a sense of what kind of work is going to be out there that's going to be publicly funded as part of our effort to do our part in the battle against climate change allows those organizations to work with training colleges, unions, contractors to figure out how we supply the workforce that we need. And so that's why it's so it's disappointing. This would have been a great bill in the year 2000, and this would be lovely work to have done back then. It would have been great for the government to have done it in 2015. The information and the research is out there. So that's why these conversations are important between governments, because it's a matter of choosing those priorities and building that political will, in the absence of which we're simply not going to make progress. And as I say, we're really just running out of time to get this done. And to the member for Lakeland, I would say this isn't about whether government knows best or not. This is about there being a meaningful role for public investment in facing down the climate crisis and in training people for the economy. We hear all the time employers who are concerned that they can't find people with the relevant skills and experience to make their business go. They're looking to government for solutions on that. They're looking to have meaningful training programs that are publicly funded, at least to some extent. So those are things that actually the private sector is looking to government for. And we know that there has to be a role for the public sector in rebuilding the economy post-pandemic. And we know that there has to be a role for the public sector in taking on the climate challenge. So the idea that somehow there isn't a role for the public sector here, I think is just, it's certainly naive if it's true, or it's just sort of trying to, pass over the important role of the public sector here for the purposes of a political narrative that I think is doing more harm than good. We need coordination in order to meet the challenges of the climate crisis. We need coordination to meet the challenges of the labor supply shortage that we're facing, even in the face of a high unemployment rate. So we have this curious problem in Canada where we have a whole bunch of people that are looking for work and can't find it, a whole bunch of employers who are saying that they're looking for workers and can't find them. If the private market on its own was going to fix that, it would have done it by now. So there is absolutely a role for governments to work with all of those stakeholders and come up with a plan. So, ultimately, this is a bill that's about planning. Fair enough. This is planning not only that we need to do, it's planning we should have done by now. And I think it's an admission. The fact that this bill comes from somebody who's been such a central player in this government is an admission that this government hasn't been doing that work, certainly not well enough. So, let's get on with this. I hope the government won't wait for the deadlines established in this bill, because I think they have enough information, or they should by now, in order to come up with a plan. I would hope that actually the conversations that this bill calls for are conversations that are already ongoing. If they're not, we got a big problem. So I'm comfortable moving the bill along, but I certainly hope that the government isn't going to take that as a sign that it can sit on its hands and wait another 18 months to start thinking seriously about how we take climate action in Canada. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South Centre mentioned in his intervention a moment ago, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and only 24 members had worse luck than me in the last private member's draw. Fortunately, my Prairie colleague has put forward an excellent private member's bill, Bill C-235, which I was honored to second at first reading, and thrilled to rise once again in support. My honourable colleague recently served as the special representative to the Prairies. In this role, he provided members in this House with a clear-eyed assessment about the direction this government must take for our region to grow and our communities to thrive. The honourable member's guidance and wisdom have been deeply appreciated by everybody who's had the pleasure of meeting and working with him. We'll never forget his passionate advocacy for those who call Western Canada home. As chair of the Liberals Prairies and North Caucus, I've had the privilege of leading many great conversations about Western Canada's future. Last week, I had the immense pleasure of touring across Saskatchewan, meeting with local mayors, business and community leaders, and area residents. These conversations have left me hopeful, while giving me a deep appreciation for the challenges ahead of us. They've also shown me how valuable a framework of cooperation proposed through Bill C-235 would be in addressing these shared challenges. Mr. Speaker, I am a newly elected member of Parliament, but I've been a Calgarian my whole life. I've watched my city grow and develop through boom and bust. We're resilient, hardworking, and always ready to come together to solve problems. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing more quickly than ever before. We are facing many massive challenges, and there aren't many challenges greater than climate change. We're witnessing the devastating impacts of climate change today. It's not just tomorrow's problem. The area I represent, Northeast Calgary, was ravaged by a hailstorm in June of 2020. I stood up for thousands of residents affected by this devastating storm, which caused more than $1.5 billion of damage. This storm was one of the costliest weather events in Canadian history, a clear example of extreme weather caused by climate change. While touring Saskatchewan, I heard about the growing threat of drought looming over the farmers who put food on Canadians' tables across the continent. From massive devastation caused by flooding in British Columbia to fires tearing through our forests, climate change is happening. Our Liberal government has already invested over $100 billion to fight climate change. We are going to do more, and Bill C-235 will help us focus our efforts. Our government has committed to fighting climate change throughout all we do. we've already taken major steps towards reducing emissions. There's much more work to do, and we're going to do it. But while we do our part, we cannot forget about Western Canadian workers. The member for Winnipeg South Centre said it best. This is a new way of doing business as a nation. Our Western economy is incredibly well positioned to thrive in a green economy, but our government must make sure this happens. Western Canada, the Prairies, Alberta, Calgary, we need to be world leaders in all things energy as we move towards a low-carbon economy. Industry stakeholders understand that this is inevitable and are reorienting their operations to compete in a low-emissions environment. Our government should incentivize the transition while understanding that it cannot happen overnight. Only this Liberal government recognizes both the urgency of climate action and the importance of supporting Canadian energy workers. Striking this balance is at the heart of Bill C-235. Our green transformation will have tremendous effects, not only on the energy industry. Reaching our net zero goals will require an economy-wide effort. It's about integrating clean energy into all energy-intensive sectors like agriculture, forestry, transportation, and manufacturing. Rethinking how we live and move in and between our cities and towns, investing in public transit projects like the Blue Line LRT in my riding of Calgary Skyview, and in an Edmonton, Calgary, and a Calgary Banff train link. Investing in rural transit, consulting with counties, hamlets, and towns to better understand their needs. I recently spoke with Chief Cadmus Delorme of the Cowessess First Nation. He re-emphasized the importance of his community being self-sustaining, economic partner in the growth of the province and country. Our government recently invested $5 million in a solar grid at Cowessess, which will allow the nation to power its own homes and with renewable energy and contribute to the Saskatchewan grid. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-235 will facilitate projects like these by mandating cooperation, collaboration, and relationship building. As a former city councillor, I've seen what happens when local government perspectives are shut out of conversations. Municipalities understand local priorities and concerns. Our federal government needs to build strong, productive relationships with our counterparts in towns and cities across the country, focusing on the prairies. Bill C-235 proposes a framework to build a better economy. It's a framework that will help our federal government coordinate local cooperation and engagement. A framework that acknowledges that one level of government cannot build a green economy alone. A framework that can serve as a model from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, I want to voice my full support of this bill once again. I hope this House can stand up for prairie workers as we continue to build a green economy that works for everyone. Thank you.
Well, we're not going to have a lot of time, but maybe the honourable member for Brandon Souris might want to give us a minute or so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to I'll take the opportunity to speak to this bill as well. My colleague from Manitoba, I want to congratulate him on bringing forward his thoughts on how we can succeed in the prairies. And it is great to see him here in this place, and I want to say that I bid him more successes. It's great to see you back, Jim. Member from Winnipeg South, pardon me. South Centre. I was also pleased to see that he would be open to amendments in his view of the world, because, as he said, none of us have a monopoly on all the good ideas anywhere. So I was pleased to see that, and I thanked him for phoning me yesterday to talk about this bill and having a bit of a conversation on it. I had some concerns that I offered to him, and he was willing to look at the 18-month period of time frame that might be put forward for something like this. And also, I think he is very aware of the fact that there has been lapses in some of the green funding that's already been there in the prairies for some of the projects that are there. I have a specific one that I spoke to him about in natural gas in the south central area of Manitoba. They may not be willing to fund some of those types of things anymore, but it is a great benefit to that small part of one little prairie province. And so I just say, Mr. Speaker, that the agriculture side of the industry has made great steps over the years in regards to the efficiencies and the use of energy savings and greenhouse gas emissions, and this seems to be more focused on getting things green than getting things done. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Come, Ile.
It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 21st, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to standing orders 28.2 and 24.1.